Reject government claim number 22-05733 against the Carlsbad Unified School District on June 8, 2022. The board also took action in closed session by a vote of 5-0 to reject a government claim number 22-05740 against Carlsbad Unified School District on June 8, 2022. Welcome, members of the public, board members, and staff. Thank you for attending. We'll begin tonight's meeting with Trustee Rawlings leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by Trustee Williams leading us in a moment of meditation, Trustee Pearson reading from the district vision, and Ms. Garcia will then take roll.
Ready to begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I would like to take a moment of silence to recognize and in honor of the memory of the Uvalde victims, their families, and the community. Thank you.
This is a great time of the year for CUSD with our graduates leaving. I think it's a great time for the parents too to see them leaving as well too. But that being said, one of our visions and how we gauge success is our graduates are prepared for success. They confidently move to life beyond high school, knowing they have acquired their requisite skills and knowledge. They have a passion for learning and personal growth. They can thrive in a high-tech environment. They are compassionate.
And we will now take roll. Trustee Jones?
Here.
Trustee Williams?
Here.
Trustee Rawlings?
Here.
Trustee Pearson?
Here.
Trustee Williamson?
Here. Thank you. Trustees, may I have approval for agenda item 4.1, approval and reorganization of the June 8th, 2022 meeting agenda?
So moved. Jones. Second. Rawlings.
Trustee Jones made the motion. Trustee Rawlings seconded the motion. Ms. Garcia, please call for a vote.
Trustee Jones?
Yes.
Trustee Williams?
Yes.
Trustee Rawlings?
Yes.
Trustee Pearson?
Yes.
Trustee Williamson?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. We now move to oral communications and superintendent report. Dr. Churchill.
Thank you. I have a number of items this evening for my report. As you may recall, in 2018, we conducted a comprehensive safety audit and presented next steps to the Board of Trustees in August of that year. This summer, staff will conduct a review and update of the 2018 report, and we intend to present updated findings to you at our August 2022 meeting. We've reached out to the U.S. Department of Homeland Security and the San Diego Law Enforcement Coordination Center to provide technical assistance again this summer, as they did in 2018. We've also received commitment from the Carlsbad Police Department to conduct a safety review of all campuses this summer. We intend to present findings and recommendations from this work at the August meeting. In related safety news, I'd like to update you on naloxone, also known as Narcan, which is the nasal spray version of a life-saving drug for opioid overdoses. We've worked with the Carlsbad Police Department and have received free doses from the California Department of Public Health for all of our school sites, K-12, and have trained site administrators on how to administer this life-saving drug in the case of an opioid overdose on campus. Moving on to news worthy of celebrating, I'm proud to report that Carlsbad, California, was recently recognized by the website Niche as number 2 on the 2022 national list of cities with the best public schools in America. That's based on state test scores, graduation rates, SAT, ACT scores, teacher quality, and student and parent reviews. I do happen to know the superintendent of the Illinois city that was ranked number 1. And I am going to be reaching out to him and letting him know that we are coming for the title. And as a side note, our beaches are much better than theirs. Friday, I'm going to include this information in our annual awards and accomplishments doc, which we generate this time every year. We'll post that on our website and social media, as well as sending it via email to all of our Carlsbad Unified families and staff. There's a lot to celebrate in terms of our accomplishments and awards this year. Finally, I'd like to introduce you to our 2 new student board representatives for the 22-23 school year, who are here in the audience. Channing Headley will be a 12th grader at Carlsbad High School next year, and Nick Seepak, did I get it right? All right. Nick Seepak will be a senior at Sage Creek High School. We're hopeful that we're going to find a recruit from CVA and CSA as well. Channing and Nick, I think if you're open to it, I'd invite you to come up to the podium up there and maybe introduce yourselves briefly and tell us a few of the things that you're involved in at your respective schools. And thank you very much for your willingness to serve and participate on our school board as student reps.
It's great to be here. So, my name is Channing Headley. I'm a 7th grade senior at Carlsbad High School. Inside of school, I'm a part of the varsity cheer team. I've been a part of the team for 3 years now, and I'm also a member of CUSD, which is our broadcast journalism program at the school. That has actually been ranked best daily broadcast for broadcasting the nation, so we're super proud of that. And I'm also a part of ASB at the school. Outside of school, I spend time raising money for the kids at Grace Children's Hospital. I do this through Answerthon, which is our dance marathon organization at Carlsbad High School. And I've also been a part of the Student of the Year fundraising team through Female Lymphoma Society for the past 2 years now.
Wow. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Nick Seepak. I'll be a senior at Sage Creek next year. In addition to this role, I'm the senior class president at Sage Creek. I'm also the sports editor for our journalism program at Sage. Outside of school, I run an organization that tries to help student district vote called Sage Creek Votes, which we're expanding actively into the school district, trying to put some students on at Sage Creek. I'm also a founding member of the Foundation for Men's Mental Health, which is also another Sage Creek Genius project, which I'm a member of. So it'll be busy, but it'll be exciting. I'm looking forward to serving in the board.
Outstanding.
Nick and Chandra, thank you so much for being here, and we're looking forward to getting to know you and hearing from you and hearing your input in the coming year. So thank you very much for coming tonight. And you're welcome to stay all night if you'd like to, or if you can also head home too.
You probably both have finals tomorrow,
Yes.
so thank you.
Or the final day of school tomorrow. No. Okay, so we now move to 5.2 oral communications. This is for non-agenda items. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. Please, when I call your name, please state your name, indicate whether you live in the district, and you will have 3 minutes. The timer will be on the screen. Will the timer be on the screen?
Yep.
Okay, the timer will be on the screen, and your mic will be muted when your time has expired. So we have one blue card, Scott Davison.
My name is Scott Davidson. I'm a parent residing in the Carlsbad Unified School District. I have a freshman who will, as of tomorrow, become a sophomore at Sage Creek High School. came back bigger and better than ever, nearly at capacity. Nearly half of the students have never been on campus, but they do get the brand new privilege of sleeping in. No more late start Wednesdays. Instead, we're out early. Some may find it refreshing, but some athletes say differently. Connections were lost, academics were challenged, and change was forced. But these are the gaps that we are actively filling. New teachers, new clubs, new programs. We create connection from detachment. Link Crew regularly attends advisories to form relationships. An abundance of new teachers pushes bonds with their students. Our sports climb up in the rankings. Seniors await the return of longtime traditions. Little by little, Sage Creek High School is filling in the gaps. So what I'd like to ask is, what have you done this year to find out how our kids have gotten through this year? We see the examples of what they've gone through. And then what are you going to do over the summer to make sure that they get back to normal next year and that we don't go through yet a third year of restrictions, of issues that create these gaps, that create this trauma that our kids don't need to go through? Thank you.
Thank you. We now move to item 6.1, approval of the consent calendar. All matters listed on the consent calendar are considered by the board to be routine and will be enacted by the board in one motion. There will be no discussion on these items prior to the time the board votes on the motion unless members of the board, staff, or the public request specific items to be discussed and/or removed. Have any blue cards been received for the consent calendar? Thank you. Trustees, it has been requested that we pull item 6.3. Are there any other agenda items on the consent calendar to pull? Would someone please make a motion that we approve the consent calendar with the exception of item 6.3?
Pearson, so moved.
Second, Jones.
Trustee Pearson made the motion. Trustee Jones seconded the motion. Ms. Garcia, please take a vote.
Trustee Jones?
Yes.
Trustee Williams?
Yes.
Trustee Rawlings?
Yes.
Trustee Pearson?
Yes.
Trustee Williamson?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Trustee Williams, did you want to speak on item 6.3?
Yes, thank you. I pulled item 6.3 from consent because I will be abstaining from voting on this item. City of Carlsbad is listed on the AP warrant listing. My company works with the City of Carlsbad. While no material conflict of interest exists, out of abundance of caution, I want to avoid the perception of a conflict of interest.
Would someone please make a motion to approve item 6.3?
So moved.
Jones?
Second, Rawlings.
Trustee Jones made the motion. Trustee Rawlings seconded. Ms. Garcia, please take a vote.
Trustee Jones?
Yes.
Trustee Williams?
Abstain.
Trustee Rawlings?
Yes.
Trustee Pearson?
Yes.
Trustee Williamson?
Yes.
Motion passes 4 in favor, 1 abstention.
Thank you. We now move to our discussion action items. First item is 7.1, the preliminary 2022-23 Local Control Accountability Plan, public hearing and report. Trustees, this is an information discussion item and will also include a public hearing. I turn it over to Dr. Nye.
Thank you, President Williamson, trustees, and Dr. Churchill. A draft of the 2022-23 LCAP was presented to the Board of Trustees in May. Shortly after, on May 20th, the draft plan was posted to the CUSD website. A generic email account was created to elicit feedback. As of today at 3 p.m., we have not received any comments from that account. On Friday, June 3rd, we met with members from the SDCOE County Office who made minor language changes to the LCAP that will be incorporated in the final draft presented on June 22nd. At this time, staff's happy to answer any other questions regarding the LCAP draft.
Trustees, any questions? Ms. Rawlings.
I had asked a question previous, and I wanted to do a follow-up on that. I had asked that if some of the one-time money that we anticipate being available for, let's say, social and emotional learning, for instance, because that'll be available from the state budget, will we be able to use some of that one-time money to provide some of the programs in the LCAP?
Yeah, it's actually captured in the LCAP. We did capture some of those dollars. What we can't do is account those dollars towards our supplemental requirement. So we're required to use ongoing money for that supplemental requirement, but we have captured our one-time dollars, many of the one-time dollars, for additional mental health services, and instructional services.
And I'll just add to that, that if we were to save supplemental LCFF dollars, we would have to identify that and then carry it over into the next year and use it for the same purpose that we would have for this year's LCAP. So it would just build an obligation in the following year to spend those dollars. So, you know, really we would be looking at any of the one-time dollars to supplement what and add on to what we're already doing with the supplemental.
And the reason I asked the question is because when we were having the discussion on what we wanted to have in the LCAP, we weren't sure where the funds would be coming from, or would we have to move them around. So I'm assuming that the one-time dollars will take care of that for this year. Thank you.
Unless there are further questions? Okay. This is the time and place designated for the public hearing pertaining to the Local Control Accountability Plan update. I declare the hearing is now open. Dr. Nye.
Thank you, President Williamson. Prior to the final adoption of the governing board is required to hold a public hearing on the LCAP to solicit public comment. Stakeholder input in Carlsbad Unified has been extensive, and information was collected in several different formats, including several consultation groups and information gathered from an online survey. This information and feedback, along with the current 2021-22 board goals and priorities, were used to help formulate the draft LCAP that was presented to the board on May 11th. A complete draft of this plan was published on our district's website on May 20th in order to collect further feedback. Regarding the draft plan, the comments received during the public hearing will be used to further refine and/or enhance the LCAP prior to the board adoption on June 22nd. Thank you.
Have any written comments been received from any person regarding this proceeding?
No written comments have been received.
This is the time for public comment. Have we received any blue cards for public comment? Hearing that there are no comments, I declare the hearing is now closed. Trustees, this is now time for discussion. Does anyone have anything to say? All right, we will now move on to item 7.2, the proposed annual budget. Trustees, this is a discussion action item and will also include a public hearing. I turn it over to Mr. Dill.
Thank you, President Williamson. Just give me a moment to get the presentation up on the screen. It looks like I am almost there. Thank you and good evening. Oh, it did not do what I wanted to do. Hang on. I know I chose sources correctly. Cast screen. There we go. Perfect. Sorry about that, and good evening. It's always awkward when I move on to this. Luckily, I've got the next 4 items, and so you won't see me muddle my way through getting this up on the screen again. Before I get started and speak about the proposed budget that was attached to the agenda and we will be discussing tonight, I want to acknowledge Director of Financial Services, Araceli Salazar, who is with us tonight, and I shouldn't have leaned my hand on my mouse. Ms. Salazar joined us this year, and she's really responsible for what you're seeing tonight. All of the work that goes into building the budget across the entire district comes from her and her team. So Ms. Salazar, Terry Dar, Lynette Wong, Lillette Grunstein, and a whole host of other folks who spend months and months building this budget, and it all culminates tonight and then in 2 weeks when you consider adopting the budget. So I want to thank them for their hard work. There are over 8,000 account codes in the district, and they know them all. And I also have to thank Ms. Salazar for all of the checking of my typos in the presentation. There were numerous ones, and I also told her to cough really loudly if I say something wrong tonight. So want to start off with just themes for the 22-23 budget. And of course, we're in this limbo right now. The governor released his May revision to his January proposal. The legislature coalesced around a proposal about a week and a half ago, and so now they're in the negotiation period. And there are some key differences between what the governor has proposed and what the legislature has proposed. We generally will use the May revise on those things that we feel are certain or where we have a floor and things would only improve from there. Where there are key differences between the governor and legislature, we have simply not put those into the budget yet and waiting for the final budget act, which they have to approve by next week. So this is why we're in this limbo, and we will not have enough detail on the final budget act to make any of the changes that would arise out of that act when you reconsider this in 2 weeks. So that may necessitate a 45-day revision to the budget. And it's interesting, and the board is aware of what you did 2 years ago when you had a very bleak budget in June, which got better with the Budget Act, and you did a 45-day revise because the revenue picture was better. Usually you did, in the old days, you did 45-day revisions when the revenue picture was worse. We fully expect that this will be the case, where we have more revenue to report to you, and so we will build that into a future meeting where we'll report back the changes and where we are adding. And I'll highlight some areas where I think we will see some additional revenue as I go through the presentation this evening. The main theme, when I have looked at this budget from January until this morning, more dollars, but fewer students. So we all have heard the proposals to fully fund the statutory COLA, which is 6.56%. The governor proposes to further invest in the local control funding formula base, which increases the dollars per student, but we have fewer students in the formula. So you have to look at both sides of that equation, and I'll walk you through how that works with us. On the expenditure side, we've adjusted staffing to our actual enrollment, and so we've tightened up the staffing there, but it is based off of pre-existing enrollment-driven staffing ratios and formulas, and so there's been no changes there and no cuts, and certainly no layoff notices. To the point earlier about supplemental services and funding, as the board knows, we used the Expanded Learning Opportunities Grant and the In-Person Instruction Grant this year to provide significant resources to our schools and by way of lowering class sizes, hiring math and reading intervention specialists, hiring additional counselors, and that we expect to be fully expended this year. But then we use the remaining federal funds to fund that in this next school year. So we are able to sustain that for one more year using the one-time funding. I mentioned the cautious assumptions, and of course that also applies to the ending balance. The overall budget summary, this of course is very high level of where we see ourselves with estimated actuals today in the proposed budget. There is a budgeted deficit in the proposed budget, but there are a number of key areas where we believe the revenue picture will improve to close that gap. And of course, as we realize savings when we close the books, the ending balance for this year becomes the beginning balance for next year, and that will improve as well. But we can't report that out to you until September, when we bring you unaudited actuals. This is a just a very graphic picture of our history over the last few years. So as you see, revenue expenditures have always tracked very closely in this district, and we have a very stable, both unrestricted and restricted ending balance. Those last 2 years there, the trick is always to bring those more closely aligned between revenue and expenditures. So we put in a lot into the revenue assumptions, and this will be my first opportunity to talk about enrollment and average daily attendance. And these are really two different things. It's the number of kids who are enrolled and the number of students who show up. And we staff for enrollment, but we're funded on attendance. And so in looking at these two numbers, we are, for purposes of staffing purposes, We are projecting flat enrollment from this year to next year. As you know, we were on a growth track prior to the pandemic. While we were able to recover some of the enrollment that we lost from last year to this year, we're going to project the flat enrollment until we see further recovery or any other growth in our enrollment. For funding purposes, I'll get into that in the next few slides on how the governor's proposal, which corresponds with some aspects of the legislative proposals on average daily attendance. But we will have fewer students in the ADA count for funding purposes next year. It's the expiration of the hold harmless that we benefited from for the last 2 years. That has now gone away, and so we'll be transitioning to a new formula which will take an average of the last 3 years and give us a number that will be used for funding purposes, and I'll walk you through that. The rest of these you've seen in the budget presentation, the attachment in the annual budget report. Won't walk you through all those, but on the bottom right, where you see things that are not included, the governor proposed an adjustment to this year's attendance to account for all of the students statewide who were absent due to the Omicron surge. And so what it would do is use the 2019-20 percentage of students who attended school times the current year enrollment, and that would be your ADA for this year, and you could use it in the LCFF formula. We think that's a good proposal. The legislature didn't. So they don't have that in their proposal. They specifically rejected that proposal. That would be just over $900,000 additional for us in the local control funding formula if that makes it into the final Budget Act. So that's something we're watching really closely. The governor also proposed a discretionary block grant that would be one-time funding, and we've heard it's about $1,500 per student, so we're talking about over $15 million that would be received on a one-time basis. And if that comes to us, of course, we'll have a discussion on how to use those. I think of all of those additional supports that we funded with ELO and IPI and now ESSER, and sustaining those for additional years using those one-time funding sources. The board may have other opinions on that, so we can talk about that if it happens. And then finally, the governor proposed funding deferred maintenance. The legislature also rejected that. So all things that we're watching, and if they make it, we'll add it in. If the legislature's proposals make it in, we'll account for that and report back to you over the summer. So just a quick rundown on proposed revenue. Overall, these are the four main components: our state and property tax, our federal, our other state and local. As you can see, a pretty large increase on the local control funding formula with the increase by way of the COLA and the additional augmentation to the base grant. But that's offset by the loss of the one-time dollars in the other state. And so that almost corresponds equally when we back out that one-time expanded learning opportunities grant and in-person instruction grant. We had to take those out because they're not ongoing. So this gives you the snapshot on how the revenue picture increases year over year. LCFF components, and on the left here, this is just the allocations that we would be entitled to by grade span, both the base grant and the supplemental grant. And on the far right is just our district average. So total funding divided by total number of students. And you can see on average, we get over $10,569 per student. So every 100 students that we recover in terms of enrollment and average daily attendance, about $1 million. If our attendance percentage improves next year from this year, every 1% is going to be about $1 million in improvement on the revenue side. So attendance will be very important next year. On the right-hand side, you just see the breakdown, and you can see how close we are to basic aid for this next year, but we would still be in the local control funding formula model because, as you can see in that little orange slice there, that's state aid. That backfills, the property tax fills up the bucket, and the educational protection account dollars and the state aid dollars fill up the bucket to that LCFF entitlement. average daily attendance, I just walked you through this with the governor's proposal. This shows the 3 years that we will be using for next year's ADA calculation. So you can see we've got a 10,772 ADA in the LCFF calculator, and that's an average of that first hold harmless year, the second hold harmless year, and this year's actual average daily attendance without the governor's solution to bolster that. And this is how it looks graphically. So if I can just walk you through, and you've seen a version of this before in my last few presentations, with the bars representing enrollment, the lines representing average daily attendance. That solid line is the funded average daily attendance. That dotted line, where you see that drop and it converging in the future years, is what we actually experienced over the last 2 years. Interestingly, for this school year, in 21-22, right here in the middle, you can see we grew in enrollment, but we dropped in attendance. That really is what happened in the winter and early spring with so many students out sick. So we actually had a lower ADA this year despite recovering enrollment. That factors in because that lower number is going into that 3-year average. And while I am confident that we will improve next year over this year's experience, just to be safe, what we've done is just say, okay, this is going to be the new normal. We hope that when we get to P2 next year and we're calculating our average daily attendance, we're back more towards normal. Instead of 92%, we're back around 95%, and we would be able to gain those extra dollars in LCFF when we report our actual attendance on that P2 cutoff. So this proposal that the governor has made on the 3-year rolling average that the legislature has accepted shows you that rather than having a cliff from this year's hold harmless number down to a projected ADA, we don't just fall off, we have this slope. So we're on a glide path over 3 years to get back down to our normal, what our average funding would be. Now, presumably, there will be a funded COLA in those years, so there will be more dollars per student, but we have to be cognizant that there will be fewer students in the calculation unless we recover more students in enrollment, attendance improves, or we just grow on the natural with development and other families moving in and out. On property tax, we did get some good news from the assessor last month, on their estimate of growth in assessed value. We don't get the property tax number until the fall, so we use the assessed value growth as a proxy when we build the budget, and so it's 5.9%, which is much better than the 1% that we got last year in that funding formula, since properties actually were on the market and selling in the last calendar year. We'll update that in the fall when we actually have a better projection on property tax. But I always remind you that property tax is never certain until we get to the end of the year. And I'll always tell you next August how much we have to spend today, because I don't know how much we have in property tax until people actually write those checks and give them to the treasurer. This is the projection scenario, and it's an update of a slide that I've shown you before to add in these out years. But as you can see, we did fall into basic aid last year, just barely, again, at the very end of the year when we had a sudden surge in a certain category of property tax that pushed us over LCFF. But with the 2-year COLA, and this orange line is the property tax line, with the COLA and the hold harmless ADA, we went back into LCFF. And then as we look out, we would see, okay, this year, next year, we would anticipate continuing in LCFF status. That 3rd year, always the most difficult year to predict, but that projection shows us just barely in or out. As you recall, when we were at second interim and we were looking at 23-24 before we had the higher COLAs built in, we actually were basic aid in that year by $72. So we do go down to the dollar on those projections, but again, all the factors will change in the future, and we update those as more reliable information comes in. On the expenditure side, We always build in the growth in step and column. The board will be considering ratification of the agreement with the Teachers Association later, and we built in that 3% increase for this current year and also then made ongoing, so it shows up in the future budgets. Normally, I don't put them in until the board's approved, but because of timing, we needed to present a realistic budget, so we put those dollars in to the budget, and we put them in for all employees, for all groups. If anything should change, we would update that assumption. With certificated salaries, as I mentioned, we're sustaining the one-time funded position for class size intervention and counselors. We've adjusted the enrollment-driven staffing. We have increased special ed staffing according to caseloads as we're seeing growth in the number of students who are identified for special education services. So we have added both certificated and classified positions in the budget. On benefits, I want to point out, and you'll see this in the next summary slide, we do have a significant increase in the STRS and PERS rates. That really is because for the last 2 years, the state bought down the rate. And so we had some relief on the rates. Well, now that rate relief is over, and so we go back to what had been projected before, although they have lowered the percentages slightly from what we thought they would be a year or two ago. But it does show a pretty substantial increase on the benefits line when we show you the dollars there. And this is exactly what I was talking about. So you can see the biggest increase overall year over year was in the benefits line. It really is a pretty staggering increase on the STRS and PERS rates from that bought down rate that was artificially suppressed. If that hadn't happened, we would have been gradually stepping up year over year over year, but we benefited from the savings the last 2 years. Now we're back on track on where we would have been otherwise. All of these other areas, books and supplies, that's always lower at adopted budget, and it increases once we have carryover amounts known and we build those back into the budget, and we bring you that back either on the 45-day revision or at first interim. So you will see an increase in the books and supplies. Typically, you'll see increases in services as well. We do have a variety of savings in the services arena. This is just showing the same expenditures sliced up 2 different ways on how we spend the dollars that are in the budget. These percentages are largely unchanged from this year. So whether you're looking on the left on how we spend on people and things, or for what functions on the side, whether it's classroom instruction or other pupil services, those percentages are fairly stable. So this is the overall general fund balance comparison from estimated actuals to the proposed budget, including the components of the ending balance. We are able to meet our state and board required reserves for the current and next fiscal years. We do not do positive certifications at budget adoption. It's just approval, non-approval by the county. But if this were an interim budget, this would be a positive certification. We also have to discuss balances in excess of the minimum reserve requirements. This is a formality, but this shows that we do have reserves in excess of 3%, which is a good thing. And then we have to explain ourselves, this is how we would use these dollars. And of course, we would use it for additional economic uncertainties. The board has made several commitments in previous budgets, and by and large, those commitments are unchanged, so we just straight-lined them from this year to next year. On the assignments, that down below, that's where you see that 5% reserve for economic uncertainties. Anything above that, we just call other assignments. That assignment is really another remaining balance for any other unforeseen circumstances. With the difference between assignments and commitments takes board action to uncommit those funds. So these funds are locked down for these purposes. They are in the reserve cap, which is triggered, says that we cannot have assignments greater than 10%. That does not include commitments. So our total unrestricted ending balances is greater than 10%, but you strip out the commitments. And if the board should decide to use these commitments for any other purpose, you would have to uncommit them, and we would walk you through that. Or if we found ourselves where we would need to use these funds, we would be reporting that back to you. But, generally, if it's the technology reserve, we can only spend that on technology. If it's the band uniform reserve, we can only spend that on band uniforms unless you let us do otherwise. So multi-year assumptions, I broke down the attendance factors simply because there is a difference between the estimated average daily attendance and the funded average daily attendance, and this just shows that 3-year glide path. The unduplicated count, we're keeping that as flat in terms of number of students. Those are the students that generate that supplemental grant funding that we discussed in the LCAP just now. And then you see the statutory COLAs that we build in. The governor's increase to the base grant in the local control funding formula calculates to about 3.3%. So we just include that as a percentage on the increase of the base grant. The legislature not only likes that number, they would increase it even higher. But as I pointed out, there are other areas where they're taking away, such as that ADA augmentation for this year. So there's a little bit of back and forth, and this is why we don't include proposals that aren't set in stone yet, because we simply would not know how to capture that. So if something north of the governor's proposal in terms of base grant increase happens, we'll bring that back to you over the summer. And then property tax. We're including the increase in the assessed value, but backing down a little bit until we see what those numbers would look like next year. Always remove the one-time revenue, and this would be ESSER 3. So it's in this year, it would be backed out in 23-24, and then of course would not be there ongoing. Step and column, of course, I already spoke about the salary schedule increase. This shows those STRS and PERS rates. And the good news is, as you look out, STRS is remaining flat and PERS is actually starting to tick down. So that is good news if it holds. And then this is the overall presentation of revenue versus expenditures, the ending balance, with blue being the unrestricted and green being the restricted. And what you see as you look out is, despite a projected deficit in the early years, fairly stable budget and actually an unrestricted surplus when we get into the third year. So next steps this evening, of course, is public hearing and board discussion. At the next meeting, the adoption of the annual budget, and over the summer, should we need a 45-day revision, we'll bring that back to you. Otherwise, the next pass of the budget would be at the first interim budget report, and we also report unaudited actuals in September. And with that, that is the presentation. I'm ready to take any questions and move on from there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dill. Are there any questions from the board members? We'll start with Mr. Pearson, and then Ms. Rawlings, and then Ms. Jones.
I have 2 questions, but I'll start first one. Mr. Dill, I think you mentioned there was an increase per SELPA per student. What's that increase?
I'm sorry, increase in what per student?
You mentioned about our SELPA, our special education students.
Oh, okay.
And there was going to be an increase. How much is that increase?
Yes, so I didn't highlight the revenue side. Good news is that there will be an increase in the per student allocation on revenue that we will be receiving through our SELPA, NICSE. So we will receive about an additional $900,000 in what we call AB 602 funding. Overall expenditures in special education are projected to increase by $3 million next year, however. So, as I don't want to pin, the growth on one side of the unrestricted or restricted any one program, but that kind of pops out because we're showing a $3 million deficit next year, and we have a growth of $3 million in special education. It's really all over the budget, but that's one key area where, one, it's additional staffing. It's also some additional services as we're providing non-public schools and out-of-state placements for some students. And so, our staff is working really hard on just an increased number of requests for assessments and individual education plans. And as working with Dr. Nye and his staff, as we're receiving more information back, we felt it was prudent to increase the budget in special ed to reflect what we think is going to happen next year.
And along that same lines, Mr. Dill, is there any conversations in Sacramento about additional relief regarding special education from the state?
There is anytime I'm up there. But no, in the May revise, the governor did not increase per student funding through that AB 602 model. And as of right now, there's not a lot of talk on reforming the formula. There's an interest in doing so, but the talks have somewhat stalled. I may get pulled into conversations with a declining enrollment task force that the state superintendent has convened. And as I was speaking with the representative who was speaking with me last week, I said, we really need to make this about special education funding, because the governor and the legislature have recognized that they need to do something about ADA. You know, they saw that, but there's a perversity in the funding formula in that we are now identifying more and more students for services. So the number of students with IEPs is growing, but that model is funded on total average daily attendance. So while ADA is declining across the state, we're identifying more students. And so it's the formula is inverse. And we need to do something about that so that we take care of all of our students and not just those that are only in general education.
Ms. Rollins.
That's an excellent segue to my question. I'm very confused when we're saying that we have flat enrollment, but we are declining in the number of students we're being funded on. And then a follow-up to that would be the projections. Are we going with the lower number to project for the budget for the next year, even though we're saying that we have flat enrollment?
Sure. So I'll go back to this chart because I think it does the best job of explaining this. You can see, back pre-pandemic, 1920, where our enrollment was almost 11,500 students, and then we dropped, and then we grew back to just about 11,000 students. These are the bars again, and so we're projecting out flat. However, for the last 3 years, we've been able to capture this 1920 level of average number of students in the average daily attendance for our funding formula. And so that's why you see on ADA flat, flat, flat over these last few years. What really happened, though, you can see on the dotted line. Now, the hold harmless protection was valid until this school year, and it expires after this year. If it hadn't been to add that 3-year rolling average in the LCFF, we would be funded on our actual average daily attendance, either current year or prior year. And so if we were just to say, hey, we're going to be flat in our ADA, the percentage of students is roughly the same, we would be looking at down at this 10,273 students. So we would have fallen all the way down this far for the funding purposes, not enrollment, but average daily attendance funding. With that 3-year average, what they're doing is they're taking 1920, which is at 11,000 students, 2021, which is at 11,000 students, and then 2021, which is this 10,200 students down here. Those are the 3 years in there, which gives us this 10,772 students. So it's starting to ramp down in terms of the ADA we use for funding purposes, but not the number of students who are enrolled, which is higher than the actual ADA that we had this year, but we were collecting off of 11,000 students because we were still using that hold harmless amount.
So I guess that's why I'm confused, because I would call that a decline, not flat. And so why aren't we calling it decline?
We are calling it decline in terms of ADA. The enrollment is flat, but the ADA is declining because we were using a higher number that was based off of when our enrollment was 11,500 students.
But isn't the enrollment number still going down as well? That line's going down, right?
Yeah, the enrollment are the bars, on here. So you can see we're projecting flat enrollment. So about 11,000 students on the bars that go across here. But the ADA that we collect is based off of an average of the last 3 years. And so it is a decline in average daily attendance, not a decline in enrollment in this district, but we were funded at a higher ADA for the last 3 years than we actually experienced. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. My question is related to the unduplicated pupil count listed on slide 19. So I know we have shown it flat here, but can you give us a little bit of insight? I would have liked to see 21, 22, 20, 21, just to get a sense for the flat trend. I was like, oh, this is good news, it's flat, but how far did we fall?
Yeah,
We've been busy advocating in Sacramento to give us some relief, and I think it's being heard from all I can tell, but I'd be interested to hear, or do we still have that story to tell in Carlsbad?
So our unduplicated count is falling. So we're at just around 22%. We were at 25% in the past. The unduplicated count in the funding formula is a 3-year average, and it's always been a 3-year average. It was for UPP. It wasn't for ADA. So over the last 3 years, we've been slowly ratcheting down, and I can give you those numbers of where we were in the last few years. But they were higher. Actually, the 2,494, that's what we have in this current year. And so we're saying, okay, we have flat overall enrollment. We're going to assume that we have the same number of English learners and low-income students, foster youth, and homeless. So we're just straight lining that across. And then the real challenge is really capturing the low-income students going forward, because we used to get them through direct certification on social services and those who filled out the free and reduced meal application. Now there's less impetus to fill out the free and reduced application with universal meal service.
Thank you.
Mr. Pearson?
Mr. Dale, if this question is not in the scope of the presentation, then I'll reserve it for another time. I recognize this, but we've seen the ADA drop. Have we done an analysis on why the ADA has dropped?
I said a year ago that I could only say it was like that when I got here for so long. Most of our drop occurred prior to when I joined the district, and I would probably turn it to Dr. Nye or Dr. Churchill to explain where students went and to what extent we captured that.
Well, the one thing I would say is that if the question is about average daily attendance, then COVID most certainly has impacted the number of kids who come to school each day. So we have more absences over the course of the pandemic than we typically have in a regular school year. So, where we ordinarily hung at about, 93, 94, 95% average daily attendance, we dipped down to 91% in a number of the months. And I can't speak specifically to like January 2022, but I know that was a very low attendance month for us, and directly related to the Omicron surge that happened at that time. So I would say in terms of average daily attendance, COVID wreaked havoc on our numbers.
Just to follow up, Dr. Churchill. However, we're budgeting into 23, 24, 24, 25 the same amount. Is that assuming there's going to be more fallout from another pandemic, or?
That's largely a function of the fact that a 3-year rolling average is being proposed for the funding mechanism.
Yeah,
Is that right?
yeah. What I would say is the reason why we're projecting a flat enrollment for the next few years is that we just haven't seen another surge of students returning to the district to get back to that 11,500 students that we had before. And our demographic study has not projected that we're going to, rebound quickly. And so the safe number is to say, okay, we're going to maintain what we have and not build any growth until we actually see it happen.
Was this a follow-up to that? Okay, yes, go ahead.
So I guess from a projection standpoint, is there concern then that we're not capturing, like we're capturing upside that may not exist by just remaining flat?
I'm sorry, we're not
Like,
capturing?
By projecting flat, it sounds like to me, based on our trends, that we are capturing or like projecting upside that we can't bank on just yet. Then there's probably a small delta at this point based on what you're saying, because our ADA is improving. I guess, are we showing it too quickly as a recovery in this way, and that maybe at 45 days we'll have a different picture because of the overall budget?
No, I would say that for purposes of enrollment, what we're seeing is we're seeing that we will have about as many students next year as we have this year. And so we built the budget off of, okay, until we actually start to see students returning, we're going to plan that we're maintaining. We're also looking at grade span, so if we have a bubble come through, that it would drop off. But we feel with wherever we have drop-offs, increase in TK is gonna make up for some of that. So we're projecting flat on enrollment. We're projecting in terms of actual ADA, not funded ADA, that we're going to have the same experience next year that we had this year, which we know was low. And so we're going in with a lower number for ADA until we see that number improve. Because we could go back and say, hey, it's been 95% every year, sometimes 96%. Let's just put 96% in, but then we would be banking on revenue that might not materialize, particularly if we had yet another surge and we had the same level of absences. So, it's easier to adjust up and put more revenue in than to take revenue out mid-year. So, these are things that we'll be watching when we get to the end of September and we see, okay, what is the first month of enrollment? And then watching the average daily attendance month over month over month. And as we get closer to P2, we'll be able to zero in much more closely on what is the number of average daily attendance that we're reporting. But chances are we're going to be on that 3-year average, and because we would have to be over 10,772 students to use current year enrollment and start to see a gain. But any additional student that we claw back in terms of ADA next year helps us for next year's 3-year rolling average. Actually, it'll help us for the following 3 years in the rolling average.
Ms. Rollins.
And this is not a follow-up, this is a new. And thank you for asking many of my questions beforehand, but I did have a follow-up to the restricted fund. You provided a chart that is restricted detail for Form 01. Mm-hmm. And I understand all the different restrictions that the state puts on certain dollars, except for the last one that says other restricted local. And when you were making your presentation, it sounded like whatever's left over is rolled over into that assigned or that other restricted local. Does that mean that we as a district are restricting those dollars and we're not being mandated to restrict those dollars from the state?
No, if it's on the restricted side, so I pulled this chart up because the state classifies all the funds that we receive as either restricted or unrestricted. And you look at that 7.5 million restricted balance in here. That's a number of different sources of revenue that would be carried over from year over year over year. And so, we've got a name on all of those funds, whether it's the A to G completion grant or it's, the remaining dollars in the ELO grant, for et cetera, for all of those. So we have all of that, and the locally restricted could include, on the restricted side, could include our special ed funding to the extent that if it comes through NICSE, it's restricted and that's local funding. On the unrestricted side, we've got the assignments and commitments, and those commitments basically are the board restricting it, but those dollars came into us unrestricted and could be used for an unrestricted purpose if you allow us to.
So my question is what exactly are the other local restricted in the base that says it's 1.839 million?
I'd have to go back and look at that. If you'd asked me that before, I would have broken it down, but I won't be able to pull that up on the fly here tonight.
Okay, but to your knowledge, that's being restricted by the state or the feds in revenue, correct? Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
Unless, Ms. Williams.
Can you remind me how much is in the ESSER 3 grant that's not going to be funded the following year? I forgot.
I believe it's around $7 million. I'm going to look at, okay. Ms. Salazar is nodding, right around $7 million.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, another question, okay.
You talked about benefits, and I recognize that STIRS and PERS is the big piece, but then there's 5% year over year for health benefits. Is that what we actually received in the renewal this year?
Yeah. So those rates are they roll over mid-year, and so that 5% would be an assumption that the rate itself goes up by 10%, but you're only paying for that half a year, and that's been consistent that we've been at or below that for the last several years. So that's a safe assumption.
Okay, I think that we have finished questions. So this is the time and place designated for the public hearing pertaining to the use of the 22-23 annual budget. I declare the hearing is now open. Mr. Dill.
Thank you, and just as we had with the LCAP, the Education Code also requires that the Board of Trustees hold a public hearing during the first review of the budget, and that you take comments and recommendations from members of the public. It also requires in this public hearing that I express the statement of excess reserves, which we did in the presentation, and that at this point, I turn it back to you to take any public comment for the hearing.
Thank you. Have any written comments been received?
No written comments have been received.
Hearing that there are no comments, I declare the hearing is now closed. Okay, may I have a motion to accept the proposed 2023 annual budget, Exhibit A?
So moved, Pearson.
Second, Jones.
Mr. Pearson made the motion. Trustee Jones seconded the motion. Is there any discussion? Yes, Mr. Pearson.
I made the motion to accept. I guess I think I have some concerns about, not the budget, just understanding enrollment in ADA. And I understand ADA is actually when every day someone comes in, one of those students is in their seat and they're counted. Enrollment is on the first day. We know how many kids are enrolled in our district. I do see a decline in enrollment, so maybe my questions earlier should have been around enrollment, not ADA, on that. And at some point, I hope we can do an analysis, why are we losing students post-pandemic, and see if there's anything we should be doing differently in terms of how we market our district. Okay.
So for the discussion, you're asking if the board would be supporting having staff do an analysis of why we're...
I'm just making a comment.
That's a comment. Okay, all right, okay. Okay, all right. Is there any other discussion? Ms. Rollins?
I'll be voting in favor of the budget. However, I do think it does take extensive amount of time to do a 45-day revision when we end up receiving so much of the same information in September as well as at the first interim. So I would not be in favor of spending a lot of time and energy because I think we are where we are in the budget, and I do think that we'll be getting the same information. So I would not be in favor of doing a 45-day revise unless it's actually required. So I'm just putting that out there. That I don't think we should do a voluntary 45-day revision, that if it's required because it's a substantial increase and we absolutely have to do it, of course we have to do it. But again, I just think it takes a lot of time and energy at a board meeting when I don't see the necessity.
Mr. Dill, do you have a response to that? Or
the interesting thing on the 45-day revision is that there's no definition of significant or substantial. So it really is, what we believe. Is this enough to bring it back and report it out to you? We can actually do this on a spreadsheet and throw it up on a screen and say, and really we're just looking at revenue. That would be different. the 45 days is triggered from the point the governor signs the Budget Act, and so then the clock starts ticking on that. You know, we'll do a quick analysis on what it means. If what the legislature passes and the governor signs are all a bunch of categorical funds that we don't qualify for, I'll tell you there's no need to, because if we're not getting it, we don't need to talk about it. But we may need to start the conversation, or at least give a quick snapshot of, okay, this is what this means for us, and we can keep the conversation going when we get into September and into December with the other budget reports.
Okay, all right. Unless there's further discussion, Ms. Garcia, would you please call for a vote?
Trustee Jones?
Yes.
Trustee Williams?
Yes.
Trustee Rawlings?
Yes.
Trustee Pearson?
Yes.
Trustee Williamson?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. We now move on to item 7.3, approval of resolution number 40/2122, education protection account requirements. Trustees, this is a discussion action item. Mr. Dill.
Thank you. This is also a formality that the board goes through every year to adopt this resolution. This is the revenue that comes to us through the educational protection account, which was Proposition 2 many years ago. And so we just need to identify the dollars that we're receiving and how we're using it, and we use those dollars to support teacher salaries.
Thank you. There have been no blue cards received. Trustees, do you have any questions? All right. May I have a motion to approve resolution number 40/2122, Exhibit C, to ensure compliance with the requirements of the education protection account?
So moved, Rawlings.
Second, Jones?
Trustee Rawlings made the motion. Trustee Jones seconded the motion. Is there any discussion? Ms. Garcia, please call for a vote.
Trustee Jones?
Yes.
Trustee Williams?
Yes.
Trustee Rawlings?
Yes.
Trustee Pearson?
Yes.
Trustee Williamson?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. We now move on to item 7.4, Measure HH Bond Program Monthly Update. This is an information discussion item. Mr. Dill.
Thank you. And it looks like I'm doing it right this time. All right. Oh, come on, wake up. All right, thank you. Just a few items to update the board about, and I will talk about the next two action items that are before the board as I run through this. So feel free to ask questions now or hold them off when we actually consider these for action. Just thought I would show you some quick photos on progress at Kelly Elementary School, really coming along. I saw the sign that you see, Kelly Cave, go up, I believe it was last week, as I noticed it one day as I was driving by and said that wasn't there yesterday. So we now have Kelly Cave as the name of the multi-purpose room. You also see this really nice wood detail under the lunch shelter that they're building out. Everything is going along according to schedule on the multi-purpose room. You can see how this is coming together on the inside as well. Lighting, stage, other details on the wall paneling. Kitchen also coming along. So that is the Kelly Cafe, and it looks like he's actually putting the sign in as that photo was taken. And inside there to the right, that's the serving area where students will come in through one door, receive their meal, and go out through the other door. That gray tile is the student area. The terracotta tile is on the kitchen side of things. So what's remaining for Kelly over the summer? Working on completion of the multipurpose room and the kitchen expansion, beginning the work on new playgrounds and garden relocation, and also completing restoration of fields and blacktops from the construction zone. We're back in review on the stormwater permit, as I mentioned in a previous update. That location that we were going to put it in under the kindergarten playground, water table's too high, so we've had to do some redesign. So we've taken it back to the city, but Ms. Kimbrell is working really closely with them to get an over-the-counter approval on that, but that is work that would not happen until next summer, simply because of the amount of lead time for the components that go into the new stormwater mitigation method that we would be putting in under the parking lot rather than under the kindergarten playground, which is a much better place to put it because it's easy to tear up a playground if you ever need to go in there again than removing play equipment and having kids play on top of your pond, your underground pond. There is some remaining work that we've not procured yet. Some security upgrades and low voltage work. We have just started, the board approved at the last meeting, the contract to design the reclaimed water system for that. So there is not currently reclaimed water at Kelly. It is planned, but that would be work that would be down the road. Access controls and other lighting would be done following summer. With Jefferson, this will be the next item that you will consider. We're excited that we're going to be moving forward with this project and actually be able to get going over the summer. We awarded the pre-construction contract to Lasardi Construction. They've done a lot of work around this area. I'm not sure if they've ever worked for Carlsbad before, so we're working with them. Unfortunately, they conducted bids as part of the pre-construction agreement to build the lease-leaseback contract and construction services agreement, and those bids came in substantially higher than what our estimate was. And it wasn't one thing, it was really across the board. It's not like we had a big budget that we went way over estimate because of structural steel or wood or lumber or others. It was really all of the bid packages came in greater than what we anticipated. And we really feel that this is just the current construction bid environment. When contractors submit bids, either directly through us or through a construction manager, they realize that while they're locking in their pricing now, they may not actually be building until they get down the road. And so what we really feel is that the subcontractors are hedging against inflation by building in bigger contingencies on their side for labor and materials. And so this is what we're experiencing. It's not surprising. While the number is staggering, the reasons for it are not a surprise at all. So what we are recommending in the next action item is to proceed with the project with the current scope that the board reviewed earlier this year, so that we would not be removing any of the planned improvements to Jefferson Elementary, but to augment that budget with the funds that we received from the certificates of participation that we issued earlier this year, which were issued to hedge against inflation and also in other areas where we had some unbudgeted costs in Measure HH. So, those dollars really can come in and sustain that project as we had envisioned it earlier this year. And we are working right now on an overall master plan budget review that we're going to bring to and demonstrate to the board. Here's where we started. Here's where we are now. Here's all the funds that we have available and the outlook for. So we're working on refreshing that to bring back to the board in the future, probably late summer, early fall, to give you a better picture. But at this point, the COPS funds, which were $27 million, have been untapped. So I would say it's time to tap it and allocate these funds towards Jefferson. Now, having said that, what you will be reviewing in the next item is the preliminary guaranteed maximum price. Sounds like an oxymoron, but it's the initial estimate. This project is not fully DSA approved yet, so the final guaranteed maximum price comes when the project gets out of DSA. This is a relatively simple project in terms of DSA approval, so we're not anticipating any major changes coming out of DSA, but we do have to throw that caveat out there that the final GMP, guaranteed maximum price, comes after we have DSA approval. But what this will do is gives us the ability to give the notice to proceed with Lasardi, and they can begin to engage the subcontractors that would be working for them, and also begin procuring materials under that preliminary guaranteed maximum price to be revised if there are any changes that come out of DSA. So we've got for summer project kickoff. Ms. Kimbrell has been meeting with the principal on relocating staff, also working on contractor mobilization, and the first work that would be up would be the work in the 800s building on the STEAM and Culinary Arts Lab reconfiguration. So that's where we'll get started on that, starting this summer. The item following that, which would be 7.6, is the Carlsbad High cooling plant upgrade. And we did have some conversation about this project either late last year or earlier this year. While this was contemplated in phase one, we did not do the work in phase one. And what we did award was a design contract, and actually it's a design build contract to Schneider Electric. The design phase is now complete. Now we're moving on to the construction phase, so the build phase of this. The plans are DSA approved, and we would work on the control systems and some of the other infrastructure while we procure the major components of the chiller plant, which would then be installed over the course of the school year during times that would not disrupt the school. This is similar. This is work that's necessary in that this plant is aging and it's beginning to fail, and because of the age of both the components and the control systems, we're having a really hard time keeping it up and running. And if this system were to fail, it would knock out ventilation and cooling for a substantial part of the school. So this is really similar to the rooftop HVAC upgrades that we've done elsewhere in Measure HH. Carlsbad High is different in that it has this central plant that provides cooling and air for centrally throughout the campus. And again, so this is actually where we would actually take the certificates of participation funds, apply it to this project, and then that frees up HH dollars, which we would actually be putting towards Jefferson. So it's a little bit of a, we'll use the COPS here, we'll use the HH dollars at Jefferson, but the COPS on this project is what frees up the HH dollars to apply towards Jefferson, if that makes sense. Either way, we're using the COPS dollars once, and it's rescuing the Jefferson overage. Magnolia, we just have some continuing, just minor things to do to complete that project. Basketball court, we have part of one of the basketball courts on a slope, and that's not good, and so we need to reconfigure that basketball court. We also have the term is escaping me now. It's an accessible playground feature that is not accessible, and so we need to do some additional work to make sure that all students can enjoy the play features at that school. With Hope, we're working on the submittals for the restoration of the reclaimed water, which would occur to restore the irrigation to the fields. We would conduct those repairs over the summer. Also looking to complete the lunch shelter, playground equipment, and blacktop area. However, we're still waiting for that final grading and stormwater permit from the city. Again, Ms. Kimbrell is working, almost on a daily basis with city staff and our architect to get that through. And, hopefully we're in the final stages of getting that permit work so we can complete those last areas that are stopped by not having that permit. And just a quick update on the North County Academy, that program that Nixie occupies our campus. They are expanding by adding additional classrooms, and we've been working closely with them and doing a lot of work on their behalf, and they've been paying us for it. However, I learned there's no actual MOU between Nixie and the county office to do that, so I'm glad they've been paying our bills. But before we issue the lease-back contract, which would be around $3 million. I wanted to have a contract with them so that it would make it clear that they are obligated to pay us for the work that we're doing on their behalf. They're working very well with us, and so hopefully in the next few days we'll have that MOU taken care of with them. But we would bring that back at a future board meeting as an action item for the MOU with Nixie and the lease-back contract to do that work on their behalf at our campus. And with that, we have questions.
Board, thank you very much for that presentation. Board members, if you have questions about this item or either of the next two items, which are about the contract at Jefferson and for the chiller, let's ask all the questions now. And then when we come to discussion, we'll wait till there's a motion on the floor for those two items. Okay, so are there any questions? Ms. Jones and then Ms. Rollins.
Thank you, Mr. Dill, for the presentation, and thank you to, I'm spacing on Jessica's last name, to the team, the construction team, facilities management. I appreciate that on slide 7, you bolded that a city permit would not be required. My question is, do we have that in writing? And I only ask that because if we don't, would staff consider pursuing it just so that there's an agreement that nobody can forget
We would
in
only
these
need,
types of situations?
yes, we would only need the permit if we were disturbing a certain amount of dirt or adding additional hard surfaces, which would then create a different environment for the stormwater runoff. So we're not disturbing the ground on this, and we are not adding more roofs or blacktops or any other hard surfaces on those campuses. So that negates the need for either a stormwater or a grading permit. All of the work that we're doing is interior, and so we're able to do that. I know that before Mr. Anderson left, he had those conversations with the city staff. Ms. Kimbrell has had those conversations with the city staff, and she actually has done PowerPoint presentations for planning and engineering staff to show here's all the work that we have planned. So it's an open communication with them, and we're really forging a much better relationship with the city since she's come on board to say, here's everything we're doing. Let's talk, and if you see anything, let us know. And so she's talking with them almost every day, and so everybody concurs that on this particular project, it is not necessary.
Is that in minutes or something that's documented? I just feel like we've been down this road, Mr. Dill, numerous times, and even in the case of a couple of projects, we had certainty near 100%, and then the city surprised staff with. You don't remember when we said that?
I don't remember because I wasn't here, but I do remember when I got here and learned the predicament that we were in at Kelly and Hope at the time, and having the conversations of why didn't we think that we needed this, because we were doing grading and we were adding additional hard surfaces and we were changing the water flow on these campuses. The only times when you need to go to the cities are if you're changing the driveways and the traffic flow, if you're grading, and if you're changing the stormwater features on a campus. And so, this is under my oversight and, working again with Jessica. I don't know if she's got anything from them saying, no, you don't need it. I can ask her if we've got any email correspondence or anything else where they've concurred with us on that. But I know that the topic has come up several times and that we have reviewed the work that we are doing there.
Ms. Rollins.
Thank you. On slide, I think it's 8, the chiller plant, since the design contract was awarded in 2021, why aren't we getting the 2021 price?
Because it's 2022. And, you have materials, you have components, and you have labor. And so, all of those things have gone up, and the design portion of that was what is needed and what would be most effective to put in place of what we have now. And so they designed it, and now it's time to procure it under 2022. If we had been down the road sooner on the design and we're contracting in 2021, we'd be getting 2021 prices. But we didn't have a design and we didn't have a contract in place in 2021.
Here's a follow-up. Here's a follow-up.
So that being said, what is the specific increase from what the 2021 price would have been to the 2022 price?
I'd have to see what the budget. I don't recall off the top of my head what the budget was on that prior to us going out now.
think you mentioned a few times about inflation and the impacts it have on current projects and future projects, particularly on labor and materials. As far as our bond offerings, how will inflation impact those?
So, we'll never know until the day we go out and issue the next series of bonds. But when interest rates go up, they go up not only, they go up for bonds as well. And so, we would be looking at the issuance and the anticipated interest rates at that time, and then comparing that to the maximum estimated tax rate that we went out and assured the voters that we would stay below, and ensure that the total debt service, principal and interest, keeps us below that maximum estimated tax rate. Now, what that could do if inflation goes up means we would be issuing less principal. And while the bond authorization would remain the same, it would kind of delay out our ability to issue additional bonds until we retired earlier debt. And then we'd be able to issue additional debt under whatever the interest rates are at that time that we go out and do it. The board had a lot of foresight last year when they increased the size of Series B, given that we had such favorable interest rates. And so, in many ways, we've already pulled forward, we've already hedged against higher interest rates by pulling forward an additional $30 million last year that you issued. And so that's $30 million at a much lower interest rate than what now we would see in the crystal ball that we would be paying down the line on Series C. But, we'll be looking, when we start thinking about Series C next year, we'll be looking at how many dollars have we spent in Series A and B, what what projects are next in the pipeline, and then what are the priorities, that we still continue to maintain for the remaining projects, and then sizing what we do in the next phase of projects according to what we're able to issue. Given our assessed value and what interest rates are and what work is and what we think it's going to cost.
Ms. Williams.
Thank you. I noticed that the DSA approval for Jefferson is still pending.
Yes.
When do you expect that to be approved, and would be on track because it's summer work?
Yeah, the DSA is much more predictable, and so we're hoping by the end of this month that we will have the DSA approval. And again, those are also conversations that they're having, and we're very, very close on DSA approval. And again, they're much more of a known quantity, and a school project is a school project is a school project, and so we're fairly confident that we can get that done by the end of this month.
Ms. Rollins.
And you raised an interesting point, Trustee Pearson. As far as the Series B goes, will the Oversight Committee kind of do a true-up when it comes to the favorable interest rate received compared to the inflationary rates that we're paying out, and provide some type of a report to the board on what the total outcome on that is?
So the issuing of the bonds and overseeing the debt and the debt service is a function of the school board. What the Oversight Committee does is look at the funds that have been received by the district and ensuring that they're only being spent for those projects that were authorized by the bond measure. So the Oversight Committee, while I give them updates on our bond issuances and what we plan on doing down the road, it's information for them, but it's decisions for you. And so we would have much more meaningful conversations with the school board and keep the IOC informed on issuing of the debt.
Okay. Oh, wait, Ms. Jones.
So my last question was a couple of parts, but so when will the chiller plant work be done, which I think I saw in there was going to be 2 summers from now, so a little bit this summer and then next summer. So I think I answered my own question, but what certainty do we have that it will be accomplished to a level where the rooms will be cool when students return in the fall from this work, so that we're not scrambling to figure out a plan to keep rooms cool? And then what is the contingency planning?
Yeah, a bulk of the work will actually happen during the school year and be finished up over the next summer. And so, it's really, we're following lead times on items and ordering early so that we can make sure that when we're ready to go, we've got all of the components necessary to do that. This actually would be a very fast project. This is the core components that are all in one place. It's not going into every classroom and, retrofitting ductwork and those types of things. It's the core plant. And so all the work is in one place, and pulling old equipment out, putting new equipment in, putting new controllers in. So a very fast project.
Ms. Rollins?
Thank you. And my last question has to do with 9 as far as the landscape irrigation and reclaimed water restoration. Because of the drought that we're starting to experience and ongoing, will we be required to do more reclaimed water at sites? And will we also be restricted in water use at our sites as we go down this mega drought path?
Well, you're required to use it when you have it. And so, first it's, having the service available to you. So I haven't had it. I know that we don't have it at all of our school sites. We're looking at bringing it into more. But that service has to come down the road and be provided by the city first. And in my former district next door, we had a hodgepodge depending on which jurisdiction we were in and where they had brought the service or not. And when we were in the last major drought, some schools went brown and other schools were green because they were able to use the reclaimed water outside of the restrictions that were imposed by the state and the city of San Diego. And so, it's definitely a benefit to have that because you have fewer restrictions on the use of, on the amount of water that you're using when you have that for irrigation purposes. And so, we may, depending on water availability in this area and other restrictions that this area may impose, we may see differences in what we are able to do legally from campus to campus. And so that will be something that we'll watch carefully, and we'll have to let our community know that we're following the restrictions, and this is what we may end up seeing.
Thank you. Trustees, this is the time to have discussion, not about the 2 following agenda items, but just about the bond update. Does anyone have any discussion? None. All right, we will go ahead and move forward with item 7.5, resolution number 292122. Mr. Dill.
Okay, just allow me to stop casting. Okay, so item 7.5 is what I referred to in the presentation. This is a resolution that authorizes the district to enter into contract with Lusardi Construction for construction services agreement, a lease agreement, and a lease back agreement for construction of improvements at Jefferson Elementary in the amount of, and it's not popping off the page as I look at it, but it's the $7.5 million for a total price, including soft costs of estimated budget of $9.75 million to be paid by Measure HH. Actually, this would be entirely by Measure HH.
Thank you. We've already asked questions, so board members, may I have there are no blue cards to speak. May I have a motion to approve resolution number 392122, authorizing a preliminary guaranteed maximum price, execution and delivery of a pre-construction service agreement, site lease, sublease, construction services agreement, and other acts related to district's Jefferson Elementary School Modernization Project, Exhibit A.
So moved, Pearson.
Second, Williams.
Trustee Pearson made the motion. Trustee Williams seconded the motion. Is there any discussion? Ms. Rollins.
Yes, and I appreciate, Mr. Dill, you advising this board on submitting bonds earlier and asking for more money, as well as the COPS dollars in anticipation of this, because In my view, I've already voted yes on this because I approved the COPS and some of the other provisions that we've discussed. But one of the things I did want to bring up is I think it would be important that we as a board have a report of that true up, that it's not just inflation, but we also got a better deal on the submission of the bonds because we did them early. So we actually have a realistic look at what the increased costs and the overall budget and how our bond is performing. So that's something I would like us to look at now that we are potentially going to pass some significant increases in our projects.
Could you explain what you mean by a true up, given what that looks like?
So the fact that we submitted $30 million additional bonds last year, so we're not having the increase in interest that we would have had if we would have waited to put those bonds on the market. We saved dollars in doing that, correct?
Mr. Dill, did we save dollars by doing that? I think we saved the taxpayer money. It didn't.
Well, taxpayer dollars, right.
It didn't give us more money.
Right, I realize that, but
Okay,
we saved
okay.
taxpayer dollars, but now we're going to have to spend more taxpayer dollars because of inflation. There's a balance in that there's a meet-up in the middle. in my opinion.
When we come back and present the project budget information, I can look back, and I would have to look back to 2018 on what the original financing plan was with each series of bonds and what the estimated interest rates were at that time, and compare that to what we actually issued, what the actual interest rates were, and that would show whether we had savings or not in terms of interest rates.
Could you estimate about how much time it would take to do that, Mr. Dill?
That actually would be, well, I'd have to do a little bit of research, but the actual work wouldn't take me that long once I found it. And I would also have our financial advisor run that information too, so it would be me asking him to do that for me.
Okay. So, board members, if you would like Mr. Carty to do this work for that, could you just show me thumbs? Okay, all right. Thank you. Is there any further discussion? If not, Ms. Garcia, would you please call for a vote?
Trustee Jones?
Yes.
Trustee Williams?
Yes.
Trustee Rawlings?
Yes.
Trustee Pearson?
Yes.
Trustee Williamson?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. We now move to item 7.6, Mr. Dill.
And 7.6, also discussed in the monthly bond program update. This is the addition to the existing design build contract with Schneider Electric to add the construction phase in the amount of $2.9 million.
We have already asked questions. We have no public comment. May I have a motion to approve the First Amendment to the Turnkey Design and Build Energy Services Contract with Schneider Electric Buildings America Incorporated, Exhibit A, in the amount of $2,920,866 to be funded by Measure HH.
So moved, Rawlings.
Second, Jones?
Trustee Rawlings made the motion. Trustee Jones seconded the motion. Is there any discussion? Okay.
It was a note that said the anticipated annual utility savings for this project would be $35,781. That will be ongoing. Okay, thanks.
Correct.
Any discussion? Ms. Garcia, would you please call for a vote?
Trustee Jones?
Yes.
Trustee Williams?
Yes.
Trustee Rawlings?
Yes.
Trustee Pearson?
Yes.
Trustee Williamson?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We now move to item 7.7. Sorry, Mr. Dill, you don't get to do this one. Trustees, this is a discussion action item. Mr. Grove.
Thank you, and good evening. Before you this evening for your consideration is a calendar for the 2023-24 school year. That's not this next coming year, but the one after. A calendar committee consisting of Megan Arias, the Director of Secondary Education, Rachel Austin, Director of Classified Personnel Services, Michael Ecker, Principal of Calavera Middle School, Heather Gearing, the LIUNA President, myself, Jimmy Hines, Principal of Avier Oaks Elementary, Cindy Randall, the CUDA Representative, Jesse Schuweiler, the principal at Sage Creek High School, and Montesee Watts as a parent representative, looked at comparable calendars historically in our district and other districts, and decided the consensus was a calendar which is analogous to our current calendar, with a first day of school of August 23rd and a last day of school of June 6th. The calendar committee is charged with trying to maximize academic achievement, maximizing ADA, and to that end, holidays must be placed for legitimate, non-discriminatory business reasons. Generally speaking, that means maximizing ADA. We also considered, there's been board input over the years about moving up the start of the school year by a week, and trying to maximize the instructional time prior to AP exams, and to allow our students to avail themselves of summer offerings at MiraCosta. And as I shared with you previously, I reached out to MiraCosta College, and while they had not yet adopted their calendar for this year, they indicated that they have significant flexibility with their summer calendars and would be able to work with us to ensure maximum availability of summer offerings for students. So with that, I present you the calendar, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Ms. Jones?
Mr. Grove, not to spring this on you, but was there a quick analysis of spring break in comparison to the other districts? Did the calendar committee find that we were last? I noticed that this year we were late in the cycle, and I just wanted to see if that was discussed.
Well, a number of things are discussed when it comes to holiday breaks, and as I've shared previously, calendars have great inertia. What you have always done is difficult to move from. But what is considered is the academic calendar and providing a reasonable time frame for breaks for students within the academic calendar. I don't recall specific conversation about alignment of spring break with other districts or patterning our spring break after theirs. So the answer to your question is no.
Thank you.
Mr. Pearson?
I'm trying to recollect that there was a conversation with MiraCosta College regarding calendars. Was there any consideration for that, or is that not relevant to this?
Yes, we reached out to MiraCosta and had extensive conversations with their dean responsible for development of the calendar. They had not yet completed the development of their 2023-24 calendar yet, but they did indicate they had flexibility with respect to how they design their summer programs, and indicated a willingness to adjust their summer calendar to maximize the availability for our students.
Any other questions? All right, there was no public comment on this, so would someone please make a motion that we approve the 2023-24 school calendar as presented, Exhibit A?
So moved, Williams.
Second, Rawlings.
Trustee Williams made the motion. Trustee Rawlings seconded the motion. Any discussion?
No, I just wanted to provide feedback. Thank you for communicating with MiraCosta, and I know we've discussed about having earlier or finishing up earlier so that those students can attend, so I appreciate it.
Thank you. And I just want to point out that the way that the calendar falls in that year, that just to point out that the students will be in school until Friday, December 22nd, before having the winter break, and they won't return to school until January 8th. So so sometimes it falls the week before, a full week before the Christmas, and this time it doesn't. So we just want to make sure that we're aware of that, and that we understand that that's the way that it's falling. Ms. Rawlings?
And then I did notice the spring break is much earlier, which I think is a better time as far as a break goes, especially if you're going to go late with the winter break. So that the timing seems to be a little more balanced.
So I've noticed that, it seems as if the spring break is always the day after Easter, and Easter that on 2024 is March 31st. So that's why it's earlier.
And with respect to the winter break, that was a point of significant conversation, rich conversation, about whether it is best to have that week earlier or later, and it just was cleanest in this particular calendar as presented, and that was the consensus of the group.
Okay. All right. If there's no further discussion, Ms. Garcia, would you please call for a vote?
Trustee Jones?
Yes.
Trustee Williams?
Yes.
Trustee Rawlings?
Yes.
Trustee Pearson?
Yes.
Trustee Williamson?
Yes.
Motion passes
It's a very
5-0.
begrudging yes.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, we now move on to item 7.8, the approval of the CUSD CUDA tentative agreement. Mr. Grove. Oh, and trustees, this is a discussion action item.
I'm pleased to present to you this evening the tentative agreement reached between the district and CUDA. We had a number of collaborative bargaining sessions which resulted in a good agreement, I think, for both parties, and that was evidenced by the ratification of their membership. I do want to point out that the members of this team, it is bargaining, is a dance, and it sometimes it's more fun than others. And this year, as you know, we had more protracted bargaining, but the tenor at the table was always collaborative and amiable. And I want to recognize the members of our teams because they work very hard without much thanks or I don't believe any compensation. So, this is in alphabetical order, I think. No, it's in no particular order. It's the order on the calendar invite. Rachel Austin was a member of our team. She's our personnel director. Dr. Brockett, principal of Carlsbad High School. Dominic Menente, teacher at Sage Creek High School. Mr. Dill, our assistant soup of business services. Jimmy Hines, principal at Aviar Oaks Elementary. Janet Nielsen, a teacher at Hope Elementary. Lindsay Tatnall, our CTA rep. Megan Arias, director of secondary instruction. Rachel Marino-Lott, the CUDA president. Myself, and Tim Evanson, the director of student support services. And I particularly want to highlight Janet Nielsen, who is leaving us this year. She's retiring. She is the longest-serving member of the CUDA bargaining team. She's been a member of that team since my arrival here 10 years ago, and her leadership on behalf and strong advocacy for employees will be missed, and her historical perspective. So I just wanted to note Janet's departure and thank her for her service.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay, we have received one request for public comment. Mr. Davison, you all have 3 minutes. Please come to the podium, state your name and whether or not you live in the district, and you have 3 minutes.
All right, sorry about that. My name is Scott Davison. I'm a parent of a freshman, soon to be sophomore, at Sage Creek High School. Tonight, the board is being presented with a request to approve a 3% raise for CUDA members, retroactive to last July, carrying forward for the next 2 years. It appears to cost approximately $2 million and come out of the district's reserves. Other than that, there is no explanation as to why the district is agreeing to this raise. Maybe the teachers deserve it. Maybe we can afford it, despite running a deficit. Maybe we can. Maybe we can afford more. But there's no information here in tonight's presentation as to whether or not that's the case. So I have some questions. Why is the board being presented with a request for a raise at this time? Why is it being granted retroactively to July 2021, essentially providing a bonus for services already performed? Perhaps CUDA members deserve this raise. Perhaps they really need this raise. I know how much gas costs. But can we afford it? It's very clear from tonight's meeting that we are running a deficit and that enrollment, which is the key to funding, is flat. Are we cutting expenses in order to cover this cost? Or, as it appears from the disclosure, are we just simply taking this out of the reserves? What is the reason that CUDA is asking for the raise? Is it part of their existing contract? Or is it the district going outside of the existing contract to give CUDA members a separate raise for no reason? Have they provided any information to the board to indicate why? Are students improving their grades? Are their standard test scores up? Are we bringing more students back to the district that would justify a bonus based on a corresponding increase in revenue? We know the answer to the last one. While some aspects of this negotiation are confidential, many are not. We have only to look next door to Vista Unified, which provides public updates about their negotiations with the Vista Teachers Association. This shouldn't be new information to this board since Trustee Rawlings is the CTA negotiator for the VTA. If this bonus is approved, does it automatically kick in a corresponding bonus and raise for the district staff who negotiated the bonus? What seems to be clear from tonight's meeting is that it would be remarkably irresponsible to approve a significant increase in past and future pay when we have no idea what our numbers would look like for at least another few months. If we're willing to apply these raises retroactively, then we can certainly wait another few months to do the same thing. My final question is whether Trustee Rawlings will be voting on this raise as a paid negotiator for the California Teachers Association. This board was presented with information that her job constitutes a financial conflict of interest in the fall of 2020, but the board neither responded, discussed, or took any action as a result of this information. To understand why this is a conflict of interest, we just need to ask whether Trustee Rawlings' employer would be happy if she voted against a raise for the members of her union. When this issue was considered by San Diego Unified several years ago, the same attorney used by Carlsbad Unified advised that the board member in San Diego Unified not vote on issues where the union took a position. So these are a few of the questions I have tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve the CUSD CUDA tentative agreement dated May 16th, 2022, Exhibit A, and the accompanying AB 1200-2756 financial disclosure, Exhibit B.
So moved, Rawlings.
Second, Jones.
Trustee Rawlings made the motion. Trustee Jones seconded the motion. Is there any discussion? Yes, Mr. Pearson.
I think my only concern really about this is some trends that are in our district on enrollment and trends out. There's so many questions about how the state funds and how we're going to be funded. And I'm also concerned about next year, not even probably the following year, but I think 3 to 4 years out, I'm a bit concerned that it layers on. So it's not where you can take away, but you have an increase and then there's going to be another increase and negotiating for another increase and an increase with those kind of trends going on. So I will approve. I'm not saying I won't. I do have some concerns, particularly about 3 or 4 years out for our district.
Thank you. Ms. Garcia, please call for a vote.
Trustee Jones?
Yes.
Trustee Williams?
Yes.
Trustee Rawlings?
Yes.
Trustee Pearson?
Yes.
Trustee Williamson?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. We now move on to item 7.9, revocation of state of emergency and emergency powers. Trustees, this is a discussion action item. Dr. Churchill.
Thank you. On March 13th, 2020, the board approved a resolution declaring a state of emergency and providing some emergency powers to the superintendent. There was no end date on that resolution. At the May 11th meeting, May 11th, 2022, Trustee Rawlings requested that we bring this forward to discuss revoking it. There is no requirement for us to keep the resolution active at this time. There's no fiscal impact with the revocation of this, and as such, staff recommends revoking Resolution 20-1920.
Any questions? Mr. Pearson.
Can I ask a question of a trustee? Or not?
You can certainly have in the discussion. We sometimes,
So should I wait for a discussion? Okay.
we typically ask questions of staff, typically.
Okay.
All right, with no further questions, would someone please make a motion? Oh, wait, a motion to revoke resolution number 2019-20, Exhibit A.
So moved, Jones.
Second, Rawlings.
Trustee Jones made the motion. Trustee Rawlings seconded the motion. Any discussion? Mr. Pearson.
So let me, can I ask a question of the trustee?
Absolutely.
For Trustee Rawlings, what prompted you to put this on the agenda on revocation?
And this was the second time, I wanted to point that out, this is the second time I brought it before the board, and the first time it was, we were denied at the time. But again, I think emergency resolutions are meant for emergencies, and we're not in an emergency anymore, and we haven't been, in my view, for quite a long time. So that's where I think that at least the normal operations of business, where items come before the board and we have discussion and we either approve or make adjustments, needs to be a part of our normal order of business. So that's why I feel that the resolution, we don't have an emergency. I do believe we did have one in March 13th of 2020, and it was appropriate, but my view is no longer appropriate.
Any further discussion? Please call for a vote.
Trustee Jones?
Yes.
Trustee Williams?
Yes.
Trustee Rawlings?
Yes.
Trustee Pearson?
Yes.
Trustee Williamson?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
We will now take a break until, my clock is different, and we'll take a 5-minute break. First reading, Dr. Churchill.
Thank you. As we did at the last meeting, we brought a number of policies for revision based on the work of our ad hoc board subcommittee. If you'll recall, earlier in the year, we had some discussion at a couple of different meetings about a way to catch up on any CSBA recommended policy revisions that our board had not taken action on over the last couple of years. So we neglected at the last meeting to bring some policies in the 1,000 and 9,000 series. So we're remedying that this evening by bringing those policies. They're all revisions. The subcommittee unanimously supports the revisions as listed. And as such, the subcommittee recommends waiving the second reading because two trustees have reviewed and recommended the changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? And I see we have not received a request for public comment on this item. May I have a motion to approve the board policy changes as presented and to waive the second reading?
So move, Pearson.
Second, Rawlings.
Mr. Pearson made the motion. Ms. Rawlings seconded the motion. Any discussion? Ms. Williams?
I'm trying to, for board policy 9240, the board training, didn't we, and I'm sorry, I was scanning through it. Didn't we state if you're going to be board president, you have to attend?
In the governance handbook.
Okay, so we don't want to change the policy, though?
I think we were going to try to stay consistent whenever possible to use the CSBA language, and then only if it really didn't apply, and I think it applies, it's just that we're more specific in our governance handbook.
But could someone state, because it's not on board policy, that
We've adopted the handbook.
Right, okay. I just want to make sure we're covered on both ends, okay.
Well, that's my understanding. We've adopted the handbook, and so, if somebody wanted
So
to.
let me give you an example. What if somebody, it's not approved 100% and it's a 4-to-1 vote on the handbook? And could they state, because it's not a board policy, that I don't approve it, and somebody becomes president?
It would take 4 other board members to vote for that person. We can't do
I just want to make sure we are covering.
If we didn't have it in the governance handbook, then definitely I would, But anyway, Ms. Jones, did you have?
Okay. So
I was going to say procedurally, if she wanted to call for
I could
consensus.
request to, so I would, for myself, to make sure we're covered, I would like to request that we add it on the board policy so it's consistent with what our handbook states and what the board policy states.
Which policy number is that again, Ms. Williams?
9240, board training.
9240?
9240, board training.
All right, is there, would you show thumbs, kind of like a preliminary, if we want to pull that from this vote? So do you want to, who would like to pull 9240? Or Ms. Jones, did you want to say something first?
I was just going to ask procedurally, so if we pull this one, we could technically bring it back for a second reading from this list and do 2 different votes, correct? Is that how?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thanks.
So I need to see thumbs if you want, because we will need to amend the motion if we, show thumbs if you want to add it to the policy. So if you want to amend the policy. Show thumbs up if you want to. Okay, there are 3 thumbs. So who made the motion?
The original motion?
The original motion. Would you be willing to amend the motion to remove
Yes.
9240?
Yes.
And Trustee Rollins, did you, or you seconded, would you be willing to? Okay, all right. So unless there's further discussion, the amended motion is that we approve all of these board policies except for 9240. And waive the second reading, thank you. Ms. Garcia, could you call for the vote?
Give me 1 second, I'm sorry. Okay. Trustee Jones?
Yes.
Trustee Williams?
Yes.
Trustee Rawlings?
Yes.
Trustee Pearson?
Yes.
Trustee Williamson?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, Ms. Williams, would you like to make a motion?
I would like to make a motion to modify board policy 9240, board training, to add the same language that we have in our board governance handbook. related to board president training.
Could you identify which paragraph you are seeing that we're missing something about the board president training?
So third paragraph, it states all board members are encouraged to continuously participate in advanced training offered by the CSBA. I just would like to add for those, basically it's the same language that we have in the handbook that basically states for board presidents, they're required to take a CSBA governance president workshop.
Is there a board policy regarding responsibilities of the board president?
Does it,
Would you prefer that? I would almost prefer the change to be made to that policy rather than the board training because it's specifically about the board
then
president.
could we reference on the bottom board policy so that we don't have to add it to here, but it states there's a how we reference other policies?
If you feel strongly about putting it here, let's put it here for simplicity's sake. We're really trying, Ms. Rawlings and I, just so you know, we really struggled over trying to keep true to keeping the CSBA language as much as possible, because if we don't, then when it comes to us again with any updates, we have the same discussion again. So if it's really important to you, and it looked like that there were 3 board members who said, yes, let's just put it in this policy, and it will be there. And then I think we'll just make a note that we have made this change. So when the board policy comes to us in the future, we'll say that the board majority voted to keep this this language in that's separate, that's different than the CSBA language. Ms. Rawlings.
I would like to suggest that, that because the board majority has said that they want to make this change, that you direct staff to make the change and bring it back for a second reading, and that staff can make the decision on where it goes.
That's fine.
So that would be my suggestion.
That's fine.
I just want to make sure that, all I want to do is make sure there's a board policy that states to be president, you have to adhere to our handbook, the requirements for, that's are stated in the handbook that they have to attend.
So, Dr. Churchill, if we don't vote on this, it will just come back to us as a first reading and we can waive the second reading.
That's correct.
So, Ms. Jones.
So I think maybe what I'll do then is make a request, because I just skimmed through board policy 9121. It's not listed in there either. And it could be in both, really, because then it's codified in both sets of policies.
So tell me what your request was again.
So my request would be to have staff bring back board policy 9121 so that we can also add it in one motion for both policies.
Ms. Rollins.
We've already approved the motion, so it can only go in the one that's been pulled.
Dr. Churchill.
But we've already passed it as a first and waived the second reading.
Yeah, thank you. So you've just taken board action to update board bylaw 9121, which is president. We also have board bylaws on vice president and clerk. The section in question in the governance handbook, in fact, covers all 3 roles. It's board number 16, board president, vice president, and clerk, professional development and training. And it describes that the president complete the new president workshop through CSBA or have completed at least 2 of the Masters in Governance modules before assuming office. A new vice president must commit to completing the new president workshop or 2 of the Masters in Government modules by December 1st of the following year, and the clerk must commit to meeting with the superintendent. So at this point, for simplicity's sake, I would recommend we just bring back the 9240 as Trustee Williams asked. We add that, we mirror the language. We'll bring it back to you for consideration. And then down the line, we might want to look at all of the other policies, but for simplicity's sake, we can put it into this one.
Okay, so do we need to take further action or we're fine with this one? We pulled it and I think that it's coming back. So I don't believe that we need to take any type of a motion, or do we?
No, so I've included as a governance team request that we have 3 thumbs on this item, which would be to add that training language and then bring it back as a next reading.
Ms.
But don't
Jones?
we have to take a motion and pass as a first reading so that we could bring it back for a second reading with the amendments?
I would like it to come back as a first reading.
As a first, okay.
Okay, so we have voted. So, all right, so we will now move on. Thank you to item 7.11. This is revision of board policies, the first reading for some 5,000s and 6,000s. Dr. Churchill.
Thank you. So I mentioned the ad hoc board subcommittee that met to review policies. There were a handful of policies in which there was not unanimous consent, and so the ad hoc board subcommittee agreed to bring those policies back to the full board for review and discussion. So there are 6 policies in the 6,000s that we included on this board agenda. There was also a request by Trustee Williams at the last meeting to bring back Board Policy 5030, so we've included that in this item. Staff does not have any particular recommendation on 5030, but you can see in the board agenda our recommendations to come into alignment with CSPA language for the 6,000 series.
Thank you. Are there any questions? We have had a request for public comment on this. Mr. Davison, would you like please come forward? And you have, state your name if you live in the district, and you have 3 minutes.
I wrote that part down, so get it right. Good evening, trustees and Superintendent Churchill. My name is Scott Davison. I am a resident of Carlsbad, and my son goes to Sage Creek High School. I would like to address the Student Wellness Board Policy 5030 revisions, particularly the comment and discussions during the last board meeting to revise the nutrition program to remove processed meats per a recommendation from the World Health Organization. I would like to inquire whether the board has recognized the WHO as opposed to the CDC as the primary agency for public health recommendations. If so, we would need to make significant revisions and changes to our current and future health policies. For example, WHO never recommended that children under 12 wear masks if they were in adequately ventilated rooms and separated by 3 feet. But as we know, our children have been wearing masks in all indoor environments in contrast to the WHO recommendations. WHO also never recommended masks unless there is a significant area of spread in the community, while CUSD's policy was to mandate masks regardless of community case rates. Furthermore, the WHO includes an entire page of the potential harms from wearing masks, including and especially children, which would be particularly advantageous to add to this revised health and nutrition policy. As a reminder, many parents strongly advocated that CUSD change its mask policies to reflect that of the international community, which primarily never masked kids or closed schools, but our requests were rebuffed. We would welcome the adoption of WHO standards for public health. Second, while it is certainly commendable to request that nutrition services try to source local and fresh foods, it is unlikely that this is realistic in the middle of one of the biggest supply chain problems in modern history. According to an article in US News from 2 weeks ago entitled, "It's Going to Be Catastrophic, Schools Brace for Crisis Over Meal Programs," inflation, supply chain disruptions, and rising gas prices are placing unprecedented complications on school nutrition teams. Furthermore, the article indicates that the crisis is about to get significantly worse when the federal government eliminates nutrition waivers on June 30th of this year, dropping meal reimbursements from $4.56 to $2.91. In closing, I would ask that the board determine which public health agency it will be following in order to provide consistent advice for our students and strike the new amendments to the nutrition policy unless the board plans to adopt all WHO recommendations which contradict US health guidance. Thank you.
Thank you. Because the board subcommittee was unable to come up with consensus on these items, we'll vote on them one by one. I'll make a motion for each one, including moving that the second reading be waived. Ms. Rawlings has volunteered to second each motion. We'll then discuss the item, and if a change is needed, if it looks like the board wants to make a change, I'll amend the motion, and Ms. Rawlings will agree with the second to amend it, and then we can have that discussion. If the amended motion doesn't pass, I'll move that we adopt it as it is, and then we'll go directly to a vote, since we have already discussed it. We'll start with the 6,000s and then go to the 5,000 policy that Trustee Williams asked to be brought to us. Does anyone disagree with how I plan to proceed? Okay, all right. I move that we approve Board Policy 6153 as a first reading and waive the second reading.
Second for discussion purposes.
Okay, thank you. The reason that I had pulled this one was our current policy does not mention out-of-country field trips. The proposed CSBA policy does include it. It reads, a field trip to a foreign country may be permitted to familiarize students with the language, history, geography, natural science, and other studies relative to the district's course of study. Well, by adding this language, I think we're inviting students and staff to plan out-of-country school-sponsored travel. Of course, they would still need to present it to the board for approval, but often many hours and much work goes into planning a trip before we ever see it, before it ever comes to us for approval. I just think the timing on this is bad. Regulations regarding COVID testing and quarantining continue to evolve, and the possibility of our students or chaperones not being able to be allowed back in the country because one or more of them test positive for COVID is very real. I see I'm not interested at this point in opening the door to discussions about out-of-country school-sponsored trips in this environment. So I am asking that we delete the sentence about the out-of-country school-sponsored trips and also delete the phrase later, which says in the next paragraph, which is out-of-country travel. The CSBA quite often will make a recommendation or will make an explanation. And the explanation before the first paragraph, or it's actually the second paragraph, let's see. Well, I guess it says that districts that wish to prohibit certain types of trips, in other words, trips to amusement parks or boating, because of educational or safety concerns, may modify the following paragraph. So I'm in accordance with their saying that if we have a safety concern that we can modify it, that's why I'm modifying it. And then in the second paragraph, or in the third paragraph, when I am asking that we delete the out-of-country travel, the CSBA note says the following paragraph may be revised to reflect district practice, and our current practice is that we do not have out-of-country travel. So that's my recommendation. Is there any discussion about that? Ms. Jones?
So I guess I agree with your, what you've described, and I agree that the conditions currently are that way. But as this is a potential, and I'll give an example. Pre-COVID, I know that the environmental science group was looking at a white rhino trip in Botswana, and they, had plans and thought about it, and they were, getting ready to gear up, and then of course COVID happened. I guess my question is, will it be brought back at a future date for consideration, and under what conditions will that come back in your deliberation? Did you guys discuss that?
We have in the past had students and staff come to us asking for revisions to board policy. And so organically, if it happened, obviously we would have that discussion. I just don't want to invite that right now. But it could occur in the future. Mr. Pearson and Ms. Rollins.
You're thinking on students that participate in like Rotary Exchange out of the country. Would that be on this board policy?
Those are not school-sponsored field trips.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Rollins.
The reason I'm in favor of the CSBA policy is that we do live very close to an international border, and there could be possibilities of requests for field trips, and this board could deny them if they came before us, if we felt that there were safety concerns and that sort of thing. And if we don't have this policy in place, there would be more hurdles to go through if there was a trip in the future. But I don't believe we have a unanimous or even a unwritten policy that we would not want students ever going out of the country on a field trip. So that's one of the reasons. And so I'm in agreement with staff of changing the policy to CSBA's recommendation.
Ms. Jones.
So would there be a way to write it in the affirmative in the sense that it recognizes the current circumstance? So saying, if there are conditions that would make, the trip participants difficult to return to school or the country for political unrest, global pandemic, what have you, for the natural disaster. I think we've written policies in such a way. Would you be open to adding conditions around that so that it broadens the scope of it? It gives a policy that allows it in the future when conditions are different?
So like if we're saying if COVID has been eradicated?
No,
I
I won't say that.
Yeah.
What I'll say is, that it's not the only thing that could prevent students from going
Exactly.
overseas. And it hasn't, there's been political unrest, there's been, government changes or whatever. I'm just thinking broadly, if there was a way to think about crafting the policy in a way that keeps the door open, but with guardrails.
and I'll get with you in just one second. What my hope is as whenever we are removing, and I'm looking at Ms. Garcia with this, whenever we're removing some CSBA language, I would hope that there would be a record kept of it. And so if someone says, well, how about out-of-country travel? And then we could even say, the board removed that paragraph, this is what it said, and then it could be brought back to us. But I believe by adding it, it's almost an invitation, and that's my concern. So the short answer is yes, we could add some type of language there, but why add anything about out-of-country travel in June of 2022? So that's my. I mean, we could leave it as it is. I just don't know that right now is the time to. Yes, Dr. Churchill, sorry.
Yeah, I just want to point out that removal of the language would simply mean our board policy is silent on out-of-country travel. It would not be a prohibition against out-of-country travel, right? So if you wanted to prohibit out-of-country travel, you would need to add an affirmative statement to your board policy saying we will not permit it. If it's silent, you do run into some problem here because the new language would say requests for field trips involving out-of-state or overnight travel shall be submitted to the superintendent, who shall review it and then make a recommendation to a board. All other field trips shall be approved in advance by the principal. So the board, the superintendent, and then the board right now reserves the right to approve out-of-state and overnight travel. The principal approves all other travel. So I suppose this would fall, an out-of-country trip would most likely be overnight. But you could imagine a scenario in which you go to Mexico and it's not. So I think the board is in fact more protected by keeping this language in here, knowing that any request for out-of-country travel has to go first to the superintendent to make a recommendation to the board, and the board then has to either say yay or nay. So I understand absolutely the point about you don't at this time want to encourage it, but the policy as written does specifically enumerate that it's your responsibility to approve or deny.
What I would like to add to that is if we would have a policy that all of our booster clubs were aware of, and so before a trip is even an out-of-country trip would even be considered, it would have to go to the board, because we have had trips that actually one that did go to Europe that we didn't find out about until about maybe 3 months before they were going. And by then, money had been raised. And it was, so before there's even any discussion, I would be comfortable leaving it as is, as long as there is a very firm, before there's any discussion about out-of-country travel, that it would have to come to the board for a discussion. But anyways. Yes.
And this board, either we denied or we added additional restrictions to an out-of-state field trip that happened during the pandemic, and we specifically had the discussion after it was brought to us by the board, or by the superintendent. So in my view, I agree with Dr. Churchill that it adds those extra protections, that it would have to be approved by the board, and this board has created, amended that request based on the circumstances of the day.
Ms. Jones.
Yes, I guess further to my prior comment, do you see adding language that puts in consideration for, why the board might deny it, and then a policy that there must be a time frame in approval, or do you want to have that in ARs or at site policy level?
I'm comfortable, after having this discussion and hearing this, I'm comfortable leaving it as long as there's a firm commitment on the part of all of our principals to communicate with all the booster clubs and all the sports teams that don't even don't mention to your booster club that we might be fundraising for a trip to Europe unless it has come to the board first. Ms. Williams.
One thing I noticed, it doesn't state any type of time frame. So say, for instance, like your example, if they told us 3 months in advance, why couldn't we state something, any out-of-country or out-of-state request should be 6 months to 9 months? That way so that at minimum, that way if we can say no and we don't feel obligated to approve because or even a year, you know what I mean? Those type of requests, maybe those are a year in advance. So we know that they haven't fundraised or, they're at that preliminary stage and not at the stage where they're ready to go. For out of state or out of country, or just maybe out of country, just put a time frame.
So my assumption is that, my understanding is we already have in place a certain timeline, and I can't remember what it is for that it's supposed to come to the board before a field trip.
Yeah, I don't think we have a specified, only that we don't want to ratify field trips after the fact. So there's no specific timeline other than it needs to be approved prior to them going.
The motion on the floor is to approve it as is. I'll go ahead and I'll be voting yes on that. But I think staff has heard our conversation, and that I believe that the word will get spread very quickly that if there is any interest in an out-of-country field trip, that before a single message goes to a parent, it will come to the board. Am I? Okay. So anyways, yes, Ms. Williams.
But if it's not documented and if it's just a hearsay or...
Then we'll just vote no if it doesn't happen.
Okay, we'll feel obligated to say yes if they go in a month and...
Yeah, we will certainly spread that message to principals. It's not just booster clubs. There are classes that sometimes organize these things. So we'll do the best we can to get that message out to principals, who hopefully will heed that message and make sure that it's nothing, the balls don't get rolling without that going to the board, certainly.
Ms. Jones.
So I guess the board doesn't direct the development of the student handbook, but I think it comes to us for approval at some point. No? Okay, well, so I feel like there should be an included element in the student handbook, also in the site sort of manuals that they get that talk about, there's a binder that we used to use in choir boosters that is developed by someone, and so it should also be in there. Yeah.
Yeah, we could include it in the booster information for sure, and look at exploring putting something in the student handbook.
Unless there's further discussion, would you call for a vote, please?
Trustee Jones?
Yes.
Trustee Williams?
Yes.
Trustee Rawlings?
Yes.
Trustee Pearson?
Yes.
Trustee Williamson?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. I move approval of Board Policy 6154.
Second for discussion purposes.
Thank you. Again, the CSBA note stated the following paragraph may be revised to reflect district practice. The paragraph that says the board encourages the superintendent or designee to design class and transportation schedules that will enable students to make use of homework support services. I'm recommending that we delete that paragraph because we don't do that. I had asked the staff cabinet about that, and we don't do that. So according to the CSBA note, if it says to reflect district practice, we don't do it. So I recommend that we delete that paragraph. Any discussion?
I'm just in favor of keeping it as the CSBA because we may have transportation. I know that there's some information about financing transportation in the future, so I wouldn't want to have to come back and revise when we could keep it in.
Okay, all right. Are others of you in support of removing the paragraph? I see 1, 2, 3. Okay, so I'm going to, okay, go ahead.
What if we change the shall to may? That way it's not a requirement in that way. If there was any other.
Where it says the board encourages the superintendent or designate to say,
Well, sorry, am I reading the second paragraph that you're trying to remove or the
okay, I better open it to the board policy.
shall? You're looking at the last paragraph, right?
It's in the 9th paragraph, the second to last paragraph of the first section. It's 2 sentences before the section that says makeup work.
Okay. Oh, there.
Okay.
The board encourages the superintendent.
So, Dr. Nye, did you want to say something about this?
Staff recommends that this board policy come back for a second reading, regardless of what you decide on this particular language. In our current board policy, we do bifurcate between an excused absence and an unexcused absence for makeup work. Staff would recommend keeping that language in this current policy. So there is a sentence in there that allows teachers the flexibility for unexcused absences. It says that they may they may accept unexcused work on a full or partial basis, but it is not required for unexcused absences. So staff would recommend putting that language back in this and bringing it back for a second reading.
Ms. Rollins?
I also wanted to say that the language says the board encourages the superintendent designate to design class and transportation schedules. So I don't see why that would be, I don't think we have a shall in there.
Gotcha.
And so I'm not sure that the may or shall would make a difference anyway.
Right, I just don't think that we encourage them to do it. So that's, and it says
So-
if it should reflect district practice,
So your recommendation is to remove that whole sentence because
because we don't do it.
oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's not a practice. We don't schedule bus schedules around homework support. I mean, we
But
don't.
there are districts that do,
Yeah,
like
yes,
rural
and ours do-
districts and you
ours
know,
does not do
Warner
it.
Springs, they
But doesn't it confuse parents if we keep it because since it says transportation schedules?
Yeah.
And they'll say, well, why don't?
Yeah, yes, exactly. It doesn't apply to our district. Yes. So what we can do is, I think I see 3 people who are willing to remove that. So I'm going to amend my motion to delete the paragraph, the board encourages, or the sentence, the board encourages the superintendent or designee to design class and transportation schedules that will enable students to make use of homework support services. And bring it back for a second reading so that we can, anyway, to bring it back for a second reading. So I'm amending my motion.
And I amend the second.
Okay. Any discussion? Ms. Garcia, would you please call for a vote?
Trustee Jones?
Yes.
Trustee Williams?
Yes.
Trustee Rawlings?
No.
Trustee Pearson?
Yes.
Trustee Williamson?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1.
Thank you. We now move to, I move that we accept Board Policy 6162.5. Is there a second?
So moved.
Okay,
I'm going to go ahead and second for discussion purposes.
thank you. Ms. Rawlings, would you like to address this?
Yes, thank you. In this policy, the new policy, it's in the second paragraph. It says, assessment results shall be used by the district to identify and review student achievement goals in the district's local control accountability plan, evaluate district educational programs in order to identify needed improvement, and as appropriate, evaluate staff performance. My understanding is that we don't necessarily evaluate staff performance, and that's not part of our previous policy in evaluating staff. We do potentially use some of this information in the assessments to set goals, but setting goals and evaluating are two different things. So that's one piece. And then down in the last paragraph, and this was something that I noticed after the fact, and in the last paragraph, second sentence, it refers to a student if he, she is an adult or emancipated minor. The term he, she is not being used anymore in most policies and procedures. It's usually student and non-gender pronouns are being used. So I would like that to be changed as well and brought back for a second reading. And then I did have some information and a request based on that as well during discussion.
So you're asking that we just remove the phrase teacher
He, she.
evaluation?
Right. So we say, or the student is an adult, and take out he, she.
The part about the teacher.
Oh, and I'm asking that the staff, that we end the sentence at needed improvements, period. And take out, and as appropriate, evaluate staff performance.
Okay, the CSBA note on this one it was very long, but one of the sentences was the use of student assessment results in staff evaluations may also be addressed in collective bargaining agreements or employment contracts. So in my mind, the CSBA note is saying that it can be used for that. So I'm interested in leaving it in. I think CSBA understands what it can and cannot be used for, because in other areas in that they said that it cannot be used in this situation. Mr. Pearson.
Can we ask a question of staff?
Yes, I think in this we've been doing that.
Dr. Nye, to that point, don't we use assessment in terms of evaluating principals and teachers and maybe it's Mr. Grove, but
I'll start it, and I'm sure Mr. Grove will finish the sentence. But my initial thought to that is we certainly use it in the overall evaluation process, the goal-setting process with principals as well as teachers. We talk about student assessment data, and those are part of their goal-writing sessions. But I'll turn it over to Mr. Grove to finish that thought.
Yeah, the education code specifies which items or which areas teachers must be evaluated on. Education Code 44662 states a number of things, but it says the governing board of each school district shall evaluate and assess certificated employee performance as it reasonably relates to the progress of pupils towards the standards established pursuant to subdivision A, and here's the key point, if applicable, the state-adopted academic content standards as measured by state-adopted criterion referenced assessments. The distinction is important because simultaneously the Ed Code elsewhere says you may not evaluate teachers on standardized tests. But the current SBAC testing is a criterion reference test. It's based on objectives rather than a standardized score. So in one fashion or another, whether it is as overt as saying, this is how your kids performed, or more holistically, which is typically how it's used, over a period of time, this grade level has seemingly unperformed relative to other grades at our school or across the district. What are some of the things we need to do to address that? So it can be more holistic like that, but the education code is clear. We must assess staff, certificated staff, based on student performance.
thank you.
Is there any further discussion? All right. Yes.
Could we have the motion read back? Because I thought I seconded, but I heard her second for discussion purposes, which is really like a third. What was that procedurally?
We had said in the beginning of this process that Trustee Williamson would be making the motion, I would be seconding it for discussion purposes, just so if there are amendments, that it makes it easy, so we're not having to track who made the first and who made the
Okay,
second.
and an amendment has not been made to the
Okay.
motion.
So what we are voting on, could you help us with that?
Ms. Williams?
It is the motion as is. Okay.
Yes.
What's the motion as is?
The CSBA policy would
To
be accepted
adopt-
as is.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Ms. Garcia, would you please call for a vote?
Trustee Jones?
Yes.
Trustee Williams?
Yes.
Trustee Rawlings?
No.
Trustee Pearson?
Yes.
Trustee Williamson?
Yes,
Motion passes 4-1.
thank you. Now I move approval of Board Policy 6164.2.
Second for discussion purposes.
Ms. Rawlings, would you like to address this one?
Yes, thank you. As far as the counseling is concerned, when looking at, where is it? Actually, there's no mention of the alternative pathway, alternative to A through G. And in counseling, if a student is struggling through counseling, that would be one of the areas that could be utilized in order to assist a student in graduating. And so I wanted there to be an addition that the counselor would have those discussion about an alternative pathway to A through G.
Okay, there is a sentence, and I'm going to try to find it so we can all be looking at the same thing.
Number 3?
What I was looking for was there's one that refers to options for a student to continue his/her education if she fails to meet graduation requirements. So, and then,
But it doesn't talk about the alternative pathway
right, it talks about.
to A through G.
Correct, it does not mention A to G, it just says that there are options for a student, and I believe that our counselors are very aware of those options, but let me try to find it. I wish we could do a search.
Also, we passed that other one when it came to the he, she pronoun, so I would like to have that conversation before we end this piece. Thank you.
Sorry about that, okay. It was in the comments were in the Google Doc. Do you have that?
I don't, but I can.
Okay. That would be, actually, you know what? Well, okay. So I guess is there interest in adding specifically looking for an alternative pathway to the A to G to this document? I know Ms. Rawlings would like to, Mr. Pearson.
I kind of like to hear Dr. Nye in practical terms, that scenario that Trustee Rawlings brings up, how we currently practice. What is our practice?
Counselors currently counsel families as well as students if they're wanting to not meet A to G requirements for whatever reason. They're going to go into vocational ed, or they know that they're going to go into community college directly after high school. Then they will sign an alternative grad plan, which is a contract with those students and families. They enter into a contract.
So if I understand you correctly, we do have alternative pathways, if you will, as a practical
We do.
practice.
Yes.
Thank you.
And I guess from my perspective, this is a policy regarding guidance and counseling, yet that is not mentioned here. So that was what I was just hoping to have a sentence as part of the one of the tools that could be used in our policy for students that may be able to take advantage of a alternative pathway.
Okay, is there interest on, Ms. Jones?
So on the opposite side of that, I don't see that they're required to push A to G. On the top of the second page, I think is the paragraph you referenced. So again, it doesn't drive one direction in lieu of another, it says, the district's educational counseling program also may include, but not be limited to, identification of students who are at risk of not graduating with the rest of their class, development of a list of coursework and experience necessary to assist students to satisfy the curricular requirements for college admission and successfully transition to post-secondary education or employment, and counseling regarding available options for a student to continue his or her education if he or she or they fails to meet graduation requirements. So in that, it's basically describing the work of either on graduation or our alternative is how I interpret that.
Yeah, in my mind, it's covered. But do we have two other board members who want to amend it? I don't see that. So addressing the he, she, Ms. Rawlings.
Thank you. I would also like us to have this brought back for a second reading in order to have neutral pronouns in this policy. And one of the requests that I would like to make is that for policies, as they come forward, that they be brought back with gender-neutral pronouns. And I did speak with Trustee Jones as our delegate, and she had said that CSBA will be doing that in the future. And so the only thing that I wanted us to do is to just make sure that that happens before it comes before the board. So I'm asking that this policy and then any future policies just have the gender-neutral pronouns in them.
So I appreciate Ms. Jones talking with CSBA about that. And when it goes from he, she to they, that's very confusing. If we can do he, she to student, Ms. Jones.
So it's just because we can't talk to more than one trustee, let me just share what CSBA wrote. They said staff support is recommending this. CSBA is taking the following steps in regard to gender-specific pronoun use in our policies moving forward. Any newly revised policies will reflect the following parameters. Use of personal pronouns. 1, avoid the use of personal pronouns. He, she, his, her, him, her. Depending on the context, options include 1, deleting personal pronouns, 2, substituting the, a, the students, the employees, etc., or 3, rewriting the sentence to be plural. Examples, instead of the superintendent shall be reimbursed for his or her actual expenses incurred, may use the superintendent shall be reimbursed for actual expenses incurred. Instead of the employee may be accompanied by a representative of his or her choice, they may use the employee may be accompanied by a representative of the employee's choice. Instead of the student and his or her parent or guardian may use students and their parents and guardians. Those examples reflect CSBA's guidelines of best practices relating to pronoun use and policy, and if there were any concerns, they provided policy@csba.org for any questions or concerns.
Thank you. Thank you very much for sharing that so we could all heard the same message. Mr. Pearson.
This is for Trustee Jones. So that is a committee recommendation that you're reading?
This wasn't a committee, this was
So
adopted as a,
So as the CSBA has already said that this is, to all districts, this should be their recommendation in the
Yes.
policy. So it's already out.
yes.
Why haven't we seen it?
What do you mean?
Why haven't we seen that? I mean, we're adjusting all our policies based on CSBA.
Oh, I think, I don't know the exact time frame of when this policy was adopted. I can certainly ask that question and follow up, if that's your question.
My question is to be consistent with what we're doing in this process. We're waiting to get things from CSB officially, and then we make the adjustments or we don't make the adjustments.
Right.
I'm waiting to see if that is official now to all districts in California, as opposed to this was a recommendation, but it has not been put out to all the districts.
So it is for all of the CSBA gamut policy adoption. So as they roll out new policies, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Churchill, it happens 4 times a year going forward. So the new policy's coming, and again, I think what you're asking, and I'm not really clear, but I think what you're asking is when did CSBA adopt this as a policy, and when will it impact the new policies rolling out, or has it already? that's the question I don't have the answer to, so I can follow up with CSBA.
Ms. Rollins?
And I asked the question because I've been working on these policies and this popped out and I'm like, wait a minute, I would like us as a board to consider this. And so, but I asked the question, why isn't it coming from CSBA? And this is the answer we received. So I think we brought it to their attention. They're like, oh, that's probably a good idea. And it may have changed, or that's something that they've just started. But the last 120 policies that we've just gone through, it didn't have it in there. So that's why I'm asking that we consider changing it in the policy that's before us right now, and then moving forward as CSBA adopts them, that our staff makes sure that those adjustments have been made in policies coming before us in the future.
I'm not interested in going back at the policies that we've just adopted and redoing them.
All I'm suggesting is the one before us right now that has he, she in it.
I would prefer to have it coming from CSBA so that we're consistent, but that's just, I would like to accept this policy the way that it is. And then when it gets updated, we can change just as the CSBA does. Do I have two other board members who want to amend this to make that change? And then it would come back as a second reading?
To make the change into,
Is this the one that's coming back as a second reader? This is not the one that you want. Okay, so the motion on the floor is to adopt it the way that it is. I would like to continue with that, but do I have two other board members who want us to amend it to either to make the to change the he, she, or to just on this one?
So could I ask a question on this? When it says last review date of 2016, that's the last review date of CSBA, or like on your summary in front of you, Trustee Williamson, does it describe when this brings us up to date to on your handout?
This is when the CSBA one was last reviewed, is my understanding, was in 2016.
Okay. So this reflects through 2022 or through?
Yes, CSBA last updated this specific policy on March 1st, 2016. So CSBA has not provided any recommended updates to this particular policy since 2016.
Okay, so we're still 6 years behind on this one.
So we're still 6 years behind. We're just catching up.
Yes, yes,
It's mind-boggling.
So I'm not seeing, I see, so you do want to change this one? Okay, and so it will come back for a second, I will amend my motion to bring this board policy back to remove the gender-specific pronouns. Ms. Rawlings, are you willing to?
I'll second it.
Okay, all right, any discussion?
And I'll be voting in favor of this after our discussion that we had, that we do believe that the counselors will be discussing alternative pathways. So I'll be voting in favor of it with the coming back as a second reading, only changing pronouns.
Okay. Ms. Garcia, would you please call for a vote?
Trustee Jones?
Yes.
Trustee Williams?
yes.
Trustee Rawlings?
Yes.
Trustee Pearson?
No.
Trustee Williamson?
No.
The motion passes 3-2.
We now move to to board policy. I make a motion that we approve board policy 6172.
Second for discussion.
Ms. Rawlings.
As far as the gifted and talented education, we've been told several times at a board that we don't technically have this program, that we do have accelerated learning opportunities. We do have many of the programs outlined in here, but we do not have a specific GATE program. And GATE is in all capitals, which means that there's a specific meaning. It's an acronym, and then there's a specific meaning behind the program. And because it mentions GATE so many times, it's not consistent with our practice. And we've been told, again, multiple times that we're not going to be providing a GATE program, that we don't have the funds, or we haven't been willing to commit the funds. And so therefore, I think that we need to remove the references to GATE.
Okay, thank you. And Dr. Nye, if you could just address this I believe that you had already answered it once, but is this policy, is it consistent with our current practice?
I would say the items that are delineated underneath how it defines gate, we have certainly a number of those items, the 8 numbered items that are listed underneath what a gate program may include. A number of those items we're currently doing.
Do we test students for GATE?
We test students, yes. In second grade, they're given a Raven test to identify, and they are labeled as GATE students if they do qualify.
Ms. Rollins?
And do we have a GATE program, as stated in second paragraph?
You know, GATE was we don't have funding for a GATE program. I would say we certainly have what's delineated in how they define GATE here of the 8 enumerated things. We do a number of those things, as I stated before.
Okay, Ms. Jones?
So if I hear what you're saying, Dr. Nye, is even though the state doesn't fund GATE, we are operating a GATE program that doesn't have a categorical tied to it. So we're spending above an allocation. So in essence, our LCAP programs of like adding honors community college classes and AP, growing A to G, all those things, that's essentially putting money locally that's not directed by the state into a GATE program. Is that correct?
Correct. Okay. We do ability grouping as well. We have differentiated instruction. You know, again, the items that are enumerated under what a GATE program may include, I would say we do most, if not all, of those 8 items as a district.
Is there interest in having of at least 2 additional board members to have us amend this motion? No. All right, then would you call for a vote, please?
Trustee Jones?
Yes.
Trustee Williams?
Yes.
Trustee Rawlings?
No.
Trustee Pearson?
Yes.
Trustee Williamson?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1.
Thank you. I move approval of Board Policy 6177.
Second for discussion purposes.
I had some questions about it that have been resolved, so I will be voting yes for it. So I have nothing else to say. Unless there are any questions or any discussion. Yes.
So why was this one pulled?
But because I had questions about the additional summer learning opportunities, I asked, I didn't think we did those, and Dr. Nye said we do. So I learned something. So as soon as he answered the question, I said, it's too late, I already pulled it, so sorry about that. Ms. Garcia, would you like to call for a vote?
Trustee Jones?
Yes.
Trustee Williams?
Yes.
Trustee Rawlings?
Yes.
Trustee Pearson?
Yes.
Trustee Williamson?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. I move approval of, well, actually, I can't because it's not up for changes. So this one,
For discussion.
because we really can't have a discussion until we have a motion. So, Ms. Williams, you're the one who wanted to, you make a motion.
This could be handled as information discussion.
Okay, this is going to be an information discussion. Ms. Williams, would you please explain what the discussion should be?
So I pulled, or I requested to make a motion first?
No, we're just going to have a
discussion.
This is just going to be information discussion.
So I requested to bring this back based on page 3, the third to the last paragraph, which states the district's food service program shall give priority to serving unprocessed foods and fresh fruits and vegetables. And what I wanted to request, basically, I want to modify it so we aren't serving unprocessed meats. So I have a recommendation to modify it, or
If you have a motion that we do something, that we change it, please make your motion.
okay, so I have a motion to modify that sentence to change from the district's food service program shall give priority to serving unprocessed foods to shall serve to serve unprocessed foods / meats and fresh fruits and vegetables unless unavailable.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Pearson?
For Trustee Williams, in your intent for the amendment, do you take into account what's available and the cost?
What's available, correct, yes. And that's why I kept unless unavailable to include it in there. But what I wanted to, the intent was to have more teeth behind not serving processed meats and processed foods
No matter what the cost.
if it's not available. So I understand what you're saying in terms of the cost, but it gives it more teeth in terms of what we're trying to serve to students.
Okay, thank you.
I will be voting no on that because I believe that we're already following the guidelines that are well-established guidelines. And so I'm not an expert to know, to go contrary to that. So I will not be supporting that. Ms. Rawlings.
This is actually a discretionary item, and this was added by this board and by the Health Committee. So it's because it's discretionary, I do believe that Trustee Williams has a good point as far as when we heard at the last meeting that it sounded like prioritizing didn't mean a lot, that the nutrition services was going to continue with their ordering and that sort of thing, and it just didn't seem like there was enough teeth to say that, we really want this to happen, and it should be, in my view, it should be part of the policy because it is a discretionary item, that it's not necessarily part of the regulations, that we have the discretion to make these decisions and to ensure that students are receiving unprocessed fruits and vegetables, or unprocessed foods, meats, and fruits and vegetables.
Okay, is there any further discussion? Ms. Garcia, would you please call for a vote? And so the motion on the floor is to, could you read back the motion?
Could I have you
Actually,
read back the
may I-
motion just to make sure it's correct?
And may I actually contribute to the discussion? I just want to have this. So I'm struggling to see how what you've described in your motion to have as like more teeth than the way it's currently written. And I'm a little bit concerned that if we limit, then we will, if we limit the availability of certain foods, then that we will drive up costs. Now, I am all in on the intent. I absolutely do. But I think that it's a real concern that if we're limiting, we always come back with, and it's similar to, we wanted to have recycled sustainable products, and again, it's all, so I don't want to limit staff to be able to reflect budgetarily where we are, but because the way the language is written is that we are giving priority to serve unprocessed foods. Now, whether or not we pull out meats or what have you, I think foods captures a broader spectrum in the way that it's written. So I don't know that I'm supporting the motion to change it at this time.
So to reflect on, I understand what you're stating, but what I'm stating is instead of buying bacon and processed meats, let's have another option. I'm not saying we're limited to expensive. Does that make sense?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm still struggling to see
No, I
the
understand.
giving priority to unprocessed foods.
But what we're stating is it's okay to purchase bacon and processed meats because,
I don't see that in this statement.
but we're
It's just,
staff is doing
okay,
that.
so maybe if you
Okay.
read your motion
So let
off
me read
here.
my motion. So it would be, currently it's the district's food service program shall give priority to serving unprocessed foods. What I'm changing is shall serve, so the district's food service program shall serve unprocessed foods / meats and fresh fruits and vegetables unless unavailable.
Mr. Dell, it's okay. Okay. Mr. Dell, in practice, can you comment?
Yeah, I was going to ask a question of what the definition of processed is, because from my perspective as the buyer of foods, in my last district, we actually had a farm in our district, and we grew a lot of the food that we served. But all of those vegetables and fruit that we took out of the ground, we sent to a processor because it couldn't come directly out of the dirt and onto the plate. And so, from a big picture perspective, everything goes through a processor of some sort, including all meats because it has to get off the animal. And so that's a process. So whether it's, it's a filet mignon or it's a hamburger, it's been processed. And so I'm struggling a bit to understand what restrictions we would have because I'm not sure there's even such a thing as unprocessed meat. There could be organic, there could be, all sorts of other things that might be considered more healthy. And I understand what you're trying to do, but I think our hands would be tied with the definition of processed. And, even, for example, if we were to make our own bean and cheese burritos with dried beans that we buy, those dried beans were processed because they were dried out, before we got them and rehydrated them and then turned them into delicious bean and cheese burritos. So, all of those things have some sort of, factory packaging, processing, preparing for shelf stability, and ease of preparation and all of those other things. It's not everything is just an end product that you heat and eat. And if you do recall, on the bids that we were reviewing at the last meeting, the vast majority of the items that were on there were ingredients, and they were, for lack of a better term, raw ingredients, in that they would be mixed in with other items for preparation for scratch cooking. So we are, giving priority and doing that as much as we possibly can, but we also need to have some flexibility to be able to, find foods that we can serve at an affordable price that students will eat.
Okay, yeah, Ms. Rollins.
I'm a bit confused then, because if you're not sure what unprocessed means, how are you able to prioritize it now under the current policy?
Well, with meat in particular, I'm not sure that there's something that we could get that would be considered unprocessed, because it has to go, again, from the ranch to a packaging that we eventually have, and that's a process. With the fresh produce that we get, if it's lettuce for salads, for example, that's processed because it's been cleaned, washed, packaged, and given to us in a way. Philosophically, when we're promoting fresh, I think more in terms of fresh when I'm thinking of the fruits and vegetables, as opposed to processed, and that's the priority that we have, and that's what you saw in those bids, that we were buying, or at least getting the bids and the pricing locked in for a lot of unprepared foods, that we would put into other items to serve on plates, the fruits and vegetables and that sort of thing. So fresh. But in my mind, it's all been processed in some way before it gets to us.
Yes.
I didn't hear an answer to my question. I'm asking that the current policy says prioritize serving unprocessed foods. How do you implement that current policy now if you're saying everything's processed? So help me how you're implementing the current process.
Yeah, so again, I'm thinking more in terms of fresh, as opposed to things that have been pre-prepared. So, and in the last 2 years, we've had to go to a lot of packaged foods that were already prepared, And I know that that is the less attractive item. It's generally considered to be the least healthy. And so, we are trying to get away from that we did during the pandemic, back to more scratch cooking, more fresh foods that are available on the plate that we're serving as part of our meals, as opposed to things that, as I just called, heat and eat or grab and go type of foods. To me, those are the processed foods that we're trying to go away from in terms of more fresh foods that we've made in our kitchens, if that makes sense.
So the motion on the floor, would you read it one more time, Ms. Williams?
To change what the current policy states, the district's food service program shall give priority to serving unprocessed foods, to shall serve unprocessed foods / meats and fresh fruits and vegetables unless unavailable.
Okay, with no okay, all right. Unless there's something new, should we call for a vote? Ms. Rollins, something new?
Yes. Would you be open to an amendment to your motion?
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion that we direct staff to return with an amendment to this policy that reflects the conversation that we just had, that can be well-defined for our staff. And what I mean by well-defined is that, as we discussed, there seemed to be some confusion on the term unprocessed, and I think staff would be in a better position to bring back terminology that could actually be implemented that meets the sentiment of the maker of the motion.
Ms. Jones?
The paragraph, really, I would be in favor of just striking the sentence, because right below it says, district schools are encouraged to establish school gardens and/or farm-to-school projects to increase the availability of safe, fresh, seasonal fruits and vegetables for school meals and to support the district's nutrition education program. So that's really what we're trying to get at, right?
I guess from my perspective, the education program doesn't even talk about the processing of foods or meats or if they're healthy or not healthy. I mean, you could be in a nutrition class and learning about healthy food and then being served a hot dog at lunch. And that's where I think the problem comes into play. And so all I'm saying is that instead of us trying to wordsmith it, that we ask staff to bring back an amendment to that sentence that addresses what we're talking about and that could be implemented appropriately.
Okay, I'm hearing from 2 board members that they would like to make the change. I'm not sure that I see 3 board members want to direct staff to redo the language. I'm comfortable with the language the way that it is. So I would not be voting in favor of that. But Ms. Williams, so are you amended your motion now to have staff bring back new verbiage?
Correct.
And Ms. Rawlings, you seconded that. Unless we have further discussion, Ms. Garcia, would you please call for a vote?
Trustee Jones?
So the motion, again, I'm sorry. The motion is the amended or for staff, so we.
Dr. Churchill.
I'm sorry, let me just add something, because I think the motion as it is asking staff to do something that I'm not entirely certain staff could do. What are unprocessed foods? What are you getting at? Hot dogs? Bacon? Like, I feel like it's a code word for something, and staff's not entirely, is a chicken patty sandwich a processed food? Like, what, you would ask us to define something that I'm not entirely confident we understand what you're getting at. If that makes sense.
And that's why I was
This is
asking.
hard for us.
Well, and that's why I was asking the question as far as how is staff even implementing the current policy that says unprocessed foods?
Well, for the record, the sentence in the policy, you haven't read the complete sentence. For the record, it's the district's food service program shall give priority to serving unprocessed foods and fresh fruits and vegetables. And I'm confident that Mr. Dill and the team in Nutrition Services is really hitting on that and fresh fruits and vegetables part.
I guess the problem is we're stating unprocessed foods, but Mr. Dill's stating everything's processed.
Everything's processed.
So then why don't we just strike out unprocessed foods and just say prior to serving fresh fruits and vegetables?
Love it.
Yes.
But again, I wouldn't be in favor of that because ultimately then you're taking out,
What
you're
not
taking
to
out what we
serve.
already have, right?
So the motion, are you going to amend your motion again? Where are we with your, what I heard from Dr. Churchill is that if your motion passes, staff wouldn't know what you really want. And so that probably isn't going to be helpful, but we can vote on it and maybe then they'll be resolved, we'll be finished with it. Let's go ahead and take a vote. And if the vote is,
Vote is to direct staff, okay, to
Yes.
come back with a modified board policy.
okay, so and I think that she called for a vote, and so we're with Ms. Jones.
Because staff is unclear, I'm going to vote no.
Yeah, you'd already called for a vote. It was,
Okay, trustee Jones,
No.
trustee Williams,
yes.
trustee Rawlings,
Yes.
trustee Pearson,
No.
trustee Williamson.
No.
Motion fails 2-3.
All right, thank you. We now move on to Part 4, Governance Team Reports and Requests. Are there any governance team reports? Ms. Jones?
Thank you. I just wanted to report that we had a very successful delegate assembly meeting. The hot topic was, of course, the governor's budget and the updates that they were expecting. You will all have seen, I asked Dr. Churchill to forward a very heavy lobbying effort related to increasing the base grant and then restoring, there are a couple of transportation proposals that would be really devastating to a number of districts. So I strongly encourage you, and that's why I asked Dr. Churchill to forward it, to, put your, fingers to the keys and send the email off, make your phone calls, because we definitely want those bills away. They will hurt Carlsbad Unified. We had, great policy discussions, a lot of bylaws, so a lot of really wonky stuff that, doesn't impact us directly other than, procedurally for CSBA. So I just wanted to report back on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other reports? Any requests? All right, it is 9:21, and our next regular meeting will take place June 22nd at 6 p.m. here at Sage Creek. And this meeting is dismissed, adjourned. Dismissed. You're all dismissed.
You're dismissed.